When I say Hollywood, what's the first thing you think of? These days, probably not films. I got a hunch that you probably immediately think of like evil or terrible, terrible people that have been implicated in a lot of really bad things. Because it seems like Hollywood is kind of a cesspool of some real, pardon my French, jerks, that have done some awful shit. But what happens when a movie gets made without Hollywood's blessing? Well, sometimes it just doesn't go super well. It's pretty rare for a fully financed, independent, self-distributed production to actually have like a big box office performance. It's very rare. And in the case of Iron Lung, it is doing something very unusual. This is a fucking unicorn out there. Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's debut film here, his directorial debut, has already done over $20 million in the box office and has been the #1 movie through the weekend. And this is a fully self-financed, self-distributed film. And he is not the first YouTuber to make a successful movie. So, like, for example, Raka Raka. They've made 2 heaters. Absolute slappers. I tell you, Raka Raka, I think, are some of the best in the business right now. Bring Her Back, Talk to Me. I think they're some of the best in the horror business right now, and they are YouTubers. They, however, do work with A24, so they're a little bit different than Markiplier's case here. But still, they are independent filmmakers and extremely talented. Markiplier, though, I do believe has done something extremely unusual, though, by having actually no A24, none of that involved in this process. Which is why what it's doing right now, I think, is something very interesting that I want to yap about. And I know, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before now, when it was climbing up the box office and it reached #2, it had apparently mysteriously vanished. I know Markiplier did a stream where he was talking about it, about how, these fucking vampires out there in Hollywood must not be super pleased about Iron Lung's performance beating out some films, so they must have just taken it off, fucking snapped it away, banished it to the Shadow Realm so people can't see that. Now, of course, he didn't use those words. I'm, of course, adding a bit of colorful commentary into his actual sentiment there. But he was talking about how it is weird that Iron Lung isn't being reported when it was the second highest grossing film at the time. It has since been reinstated on the public charts, but that was a bit of a wacky hiccup, huh? Really makes you think. It's almost like these suits, these zombies at the top of the food chain, probably don't like that a YouTuber just came in there and ate their lunch. Iron Lung had a reported budget of about $3 million, and let's be honest, not really a marketing budget. Markiplier just talks about it sometimes. That's the marketing expense. It's pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, compared to major blockbuster productions. So this movie is already doing extremely well for Mark and the team, a team that no doubt has poured countless hours and passion into this project. And regardless of how you feel about Iron Lung, it's still something that I think most people should look at and celebrate, that a film like this is doing so well. I made a review on Iron Lung. Overall, I liked it. I had a lot of nice things to say about it. It's not a flawless film, and I don't think it's a film everyone's going to like either. It does have flaws. But I am delighted to see that it's doing such big numbers here, kind of going a little bit Insano style in the box office, because I think this sets a nice precedent that you don't always need to suckle on the bosom of Hollywood or established studios or distributors or something like that in order to get a passion project made. Now, of course, Markiplier has oodles of cash to pull from in order to realize a vision like this. It's not going to work that way for everyone, I recognize that. But the fact that he did commit so much time, so much money, and put together such a talented team, all for the sake of seeing this vision through, and it being rewarded like this in the box office, I think is just a feel-good story. I think that is a very good thing, and it shows other potential filmmakers out there that there are other alternative paths to get your creative vision produced that aren't just following the traditional blueprint and walking down the same tried and true path that a lot of times just boils down to making deals with the devil, because I don't think anyone's going to be shocked to hear this. Hollywood's not really a great place overall. Shh, don't let anyone hear you say that, though. Like, everyone knows that. So a $3 million film like Iron Lung coming out and flexing on the big boys in the box office, I think is just a great thing. And I know it has it hasn't been without controversy. Like I know the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, they've been taking it to Pound Town here. They are no Iron Lung fans, that's for sure. Especially IGN. IGN was right on top of Iron Lung there. I think they gave it like a 4 or something. So they definitely weren't feeling it, and a lot of other people weren't either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's not going to be for everyone. There is nothing that is for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the message that this movie's success delivers is a very positive one in an otherwise really degenerate industry. Now, that being said, I would not be surprised to see these Hollywood parasites take notice of this and then try and recreate this lightning in a bottle for themselves, a little corporate greed where we might start seeing a few movies hitting the theaters that are just really lazy cash grabs that have big influencer names attached to them as the draw and the marketing arm for these projects, all for the sake of just trying to make cheap shit to turn a little bit of a profit off just using the influencer's name as their marketing tool. That, I do think, will probably start happening pretty soon. I really wouldn't be shocked to see that, because I think they'll learn the wrong lesson here from Markiplier and Iron Lung. But that's just a theory. That's just a little game theory there. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't really know. But overall, like I said, I think this is just something to be celebrated. Movies, boobies. What do these two things have in common besides just rhyming? I like them both. So I like to share this story of a pretty cool thing going on with movies. That's really about it. See ya. Oh boy, we got another huge lawsuit against Valve that just popped up today. Recently, Valve's been catching lawsuits like Pokemon, and they are fresh off a W against the Rothschilds. Only a week ago, they squeaked out this huge W against the Rothschilds. I can't emphasize enough just how impressive that is to beat them. That's like beating Umbrella Corp. Like, that was an incredible win for Valve there. And now they immediately go into round 2 here with a lawsuit from the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, basically claiming that Valve knowingly promotes illegal gambling with their loot boxes in games like CS2, Dota 2, and TF2 that is accessible and even targeted at minors. Now, this is far from the first time this has been a big subject. In fact, many of you might remember in 2018, Belgium actually had a loot box ban. This was during the incredible EA era where they put their own dick in their ass as much as possible with the, sense of pride and accomplishment and surprise mechanic spin they tried to put on like loot boxes and shit. And Belgium eventually ruled that it was predatory, it was a game of chance that would lead to profit or loss, and thus they banned it in Belgium. And fast forward to today, you can't open CS cases in Belgium, it seems. Now, at the time, this was a pretty big deal, and the US and the UK also tried to make arguments that, yeah, this does constitute gambling, but as they went through the process, they then declared that it's not really gambling because you're getting an actual in-game item, you're not getting money. But now, to today, they are now saying that because it has grown so much, this ecosystem through these loot boxes where some items are selling for thousands of dollars, or even the famous AK that sold for $1 million not that long ago. And then there's also like these third-party sites that are using CS cases and CS items to instantly turn it into money, where it is just full-blown gambling casinos based around CS items. So they are saying that Valve can no longer use the excuse of, no, it's just in-game cosmetic items. They are now saying that it isn't just a cosmetic in-game item, it carries very real monetary value that leads to people getting addicted to gambling and trying to win them, fundamentally. Now, it seems like Valve might have seen the writing on the wall at some point, because they have been making changes to the way this functions in CS. So, like, they have done, like, Genesis Terminal stuff like that to try and change things around a little bit to avoid falling into hot water, but the hot water has come. And Valve is far from the only gaming company that has mechanics like this. It's a very standard industry norm now when it comes to like loot boxes and cosmetics that carry real world value, especially in mobile games, for example. And other companies have been hit in the past by lawsuits alleging illegal gambling practices in their games. Valve is just the latest target, and they are by far the biggest one. And in the lawsuit, there is some really sketchy stuff. Like, there is a whole section about games causing violence. For some reason, they decided to just fucking toss that little sour nugget in there for no fucking reason. The most dunked upon, the most spit upon, the most debunked nonsense talking point ever. They decided to slide into this lawsuit against Valve on illegal gambling practices. And also, they have very misleading stuff in there, like this section here, where they're saying that they have these near-miss mechanics where they'll show you the gold item and then you'll stop one slot right before it. You'll get the worthless item right next to it while seeing the gold to keep you hooked, like, I was that close, I'll get back into the Crucible now. Except that doesn't happen in CS anymore. That hasn't been the case since, like, fucking 8 years ago or something? They changed that a long time ago. If you see a gold, you're getting a gold. If it was a red item there, then that would be real, but that screenshot they show there is just fraudulent. And also, apparently, it's taken from an Oni Pixel stream where he even got the gold item there.
You can actually see a Twitch chat with an emote from Oni Pixel. And when they tracked down the exact stream the screenshot is from, he actually wins the knife in the clip. So just blatant misinfo.
Like you and they.
That's a certified objection moment right there. That is just blatantly wrong. On purpose. That is very, very deceptive there. So, anyway, there is some funkiness in this lawsuit that's very fishy. Anyway, we're going to get more into the nitty-gritty here in a moment that I was going through on stream. But I do believe most people agree that CS skins and the skin economy, the cases, and all of the shit that's spawned as a result of it, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry here from the cosmetics. I think most people agree it does very much revolve around gambling. That is a real thing, and that means it'll be a really interesting lawsuit to see how it all shakes out, because I think it will be difficult for Valve to once again say, like, no, these are just in-game items, there's no, like, real money there at all, because it's a huge, huge, huge industry now. And this is a very big deal lawsuit that would have wide-reaching effects across many different games, because again, it's not like Valve is the only one that has things like this. Even League of Legends has Hextech cases or crates and Hextech keys, so this is a very big lawsuit. I do find it interesting that they've gone after Valve here for their first big fish, especially in an era where things like fucking Polymarket and Kalshi are extremely accessible to literally everyone and are, by all possible definitions, just gambling, despite how they try and spruce it up by calling it, well, prediction market, that kind of shit. I am somewhat surprised that they wouldn't start going after them when that is becoming very, very normalized to the point where even fucking CNN has a Kalshi partnership. Instead, they would rather go hog wild and laser focus on Valve of all things. That is an interesting decision, if you ask me. You heard Valve is being sued by the New York Attorney General for promoting illegal gambling through loot boxes? I did. In the lawsuit, they say video games cause violence and Valve is responsible. In the gambling lawsuit, they say that? New York sues Valve alleging its loot boxes are quintessential gambling. Letitia James seeks to stop Valve from promoting gambling features in games like CS2. Since when does Verge not let you read articles without paying? Okay, last time I go on Verge. Citing the alleged promotion of gambling towards minors, Letitia James is suing Valve. Lawsuit claims this is in direct contradiction to the state's regulations on the matter, and the end goal, should the court rule in James' favor, is to put an end to these practices and require fees to be paid in reparation. Landmark lawsuit, should it prove successful, would be another tidal wave in a long-running gaming practice that has faced significant setbacks over the many years since loot boxes first became a popular money-making tool among US-based publishers. I'm old enough to remember when EA tried to rebrand them as surprise mechanics. Illegal gambling can be harmful and lead to serious addiction problems, especially for our young people. The value of Counter-Strike skins rose significantly in recent years, attracting speculators and investors who viewed these virtual items as potentially lucrative digital assets. That is true. We've seen a single weapon command a $1 million real-world price tag on CS2's marketplace. We've watched as the game has straight up crashed over valuation. And that's just Counter-Strike. Valve's really gone full hog, some might argue, with other games that happen to have 2 in their title, Dota 2, TF2, are the Attorney General's other big targets. Valve's loot box model can be especially harmful to children. They assert young users with limited funds can be enticed to start gambling through loot boxes in the hopes of attaining a virtual item that they believe will enhance their status in the game's virtual worlds. Research has shown that children who are introduced to gambling are 4 times more likely to develop a gambling problem later in life than those who are not. In addition, although this case is about illegal gambling, it is important to note that Valve's promotion of games that glorify violence and guns helps fuel the dangerous epidemic of gun violence, particularly among young gamers who can become numb to grave violence before their brains are fully developed. Yikes. Oh. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Holy shit. I just can't believe they still try this. There are plenty of conversations to be had about loot box and gambling and all of that. I totally understand. That's been a conversational topic for years. This is just a dead fucking end, man. I can't believe they still bring this shit up. Actual yappuccino over nothing. I've never even understood the argument. Like, would books and movies not cause violence? Like Catcher in the Rye? You're not old enough to remember when they tried that exact same thing. Video games is just the latest target. Before video games, it was movies. Before movies, it was books. Like, it's always just a popular scapegoat to say this thing causes bad stuff. And then in between books and movies, it was music. Like Elvis, the devil music, stuff like that. They've always done that. It's just changing targets. Elvis was the devil, to be fair. Well, I mean, Elvis was a bad guy, yeah, I get that. But rock and roll, yeah, to broaden it. Rock and roll being the devil's music. That was a very popular thing. A very popular target. So what are we predicting? A Valve winning sweep? Well, this being thrown in here is complete useless gobbledygook. This is absolute mumbo-jumbo nonsense. I don't even know why it's ham-fisted into this. The actual lawsuit meat is somewhat interesting, and I'm very curious how it shakes out here. This is not the first lawsuit about loot boxes and gambling, specifically about, like, gambling that minors can partake in. Like, mobile games have gone through lawsuits similar to this. And it's never, like, resulted in anything overly huge outside of, like, a couple of areas. So I guess we'll see. I'm very interested in this one. Valve is on a hot streak right now of W's. They just won that other lawsuit like fucking 4 days ago. Like, they've got a lot of momentum here. I wonder what Gabe Newell thinks of this lawsuit. You think he's going to leave his yacht over this one? Nah. Absolutely not. He's too busy out there on the sea. Researching, shooting some hoops, grinding. I thought he sold his yacht. Did he get a new one? Do you not know about Gabe Newell and yachts? Dude loves yachts so much, he bought an entire fucking shipyard that produces the yacht that he likes. So now he has a yacht manufacturer for himself. And just got a $500 million research vessel. What was the name of that shipyard, actually? Because I hope he renamed it. Just to make it like Gabe Newell's Fun Factory or some shit. It's a Dutch yacht builder named Ocean Co. He keeps getting sued so much he's escaping the international waters. I bet Gabe Newell doesn't even know that his company has been in these lawsuits. I bet he has no fucking clue. He just gets infinite money checks every, probably quarter. I would say he probably gets paid out quarterly or something, maybe. I don't know how they do dividends over there. But he just gets infinite money and he's like, alright, that's cool. Yeah, go back to doing whatever you're doing. I'm busy. Get the fuck off my yacht. Yeah, I have no idea how this one's going to shake out because this is like a very contentious subject. Because I mean, at the core of it, it is gambling. Very much so. It definitely is. Always has been. Everyone knows that. So I wonder what'll happen. Probably nothing would be my guess. They should have targeted EA, much easier to beat them. EA's already been targeted. So I feel like they didn't want to do the same target again. Insomnia is beating my ass like it owes me money. Sandman must be too busy out there honking boobies to come pay old Charles a visit. He's a little too preoccupied, I suppose. I just can't get sleepy. But it's alright. It is what it is. I don't hold a grudge about it. But what I did notice just a minute ago is that Matt sent me a message that I missed earlier today. So imagine my surprise when I took a peek there and noticed that I didn't respond to something because I didn't see it from him. It was this wacky little clip here that I actually kind of want to yap about. It's a stream clip from a streamer named Plaqueboy Max who was out in public letting people know that they should vote for him at the Streamer Awards, and he happened to run into a former America's Next Top Model winner. I think they were a winner, I'm not entirely sure. I decided to look it up. The old curious cat over here. She did not win America's Next Top Model. As far as I can tell from researching it, she got third. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But what happened is, he ran into her on stream. It was a holly jolly good time. They were having fun back and forth for a little bit. And then she wanted to film an Instagram video showcasing him and telling her fans, like, you know, let's support him. And then while doing that, she asked if he's going to kiss her. And what happens next will shock you, like a fucking Darman video.
What's your name?
Should I put you on my stories right
Yes,
now?
yes, yes, you
Support
should.
your black business?
100%.
We're here with
Plaqueboy Max. Plaqueboy Max. Y'all know what time it is. All platforms.
all platforms. You
Make
gotta
sure y'all
support
vote.
him.
Oh, upside down. Make sure y'all vote. Vote. Exercise the right MLK fought for. Vote.
Period.
All platforms. Grammys and Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yes.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what?
I can't. I can't. Love though. I'm out. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He declined the kiss. He said, I don't see no mistletoe. No thank you, ma'am. And excused himself from the situation there. Her perspective, I'll go ahead and show you her clip here so you can see her side of things.
And Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yeah.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what? I
can't.
respect
I
it.
can't. Love though.
Goodbye. Sir, I wish him the best. Wish you the best, young man. The gag is that I wasn't even going to allow him to. Now the question is, do we post it on the ground?
I'm assuming after having a hard think on it, she ultimately decided to post it on the gram, is my guess, considering I've now just seen the clip here that she was filming. She's claiming that it was supposed to be a gag, where she wasn't even going to allow him to kiss her. That's an interesting maneuver. I haven't seen that line in chess before, quite the gambit. Why would that be the gag? Is the joke supposed to be like humiliating the person you do that to? Like, are you gonna give me a kiss? I guess. Idiot loser! You thought I'd let you kiss me? Ha 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 ha. Like, I don't get what the gag is there. That's very odd, if that truly was the plan. But regardless, what happened is he said no, and she was very upset about it. She made a series of follow-up videos that get really off the rails. Like, actually pretty wild stuff.
Top of the morning to you. I'm going to say this to Plaqueboy and your entire team because I walked up to you with two witnesses, okay, after his fumble of, I mean, just complete lack of humility and lack of a lot of stuff, okay? I walked up to you, Mr. Videographer, after even offering yo ass a job. I don't care what he's paying you.
She hit us with the Jacksepticeye top of the morning to you, and then calls what Plaqueboy Max did a fumble, and then tries to say it demonstrated a lack of humility from the way that he departed from their conversation. Like she found it like, in poor taste to leave the way he did. And then she talks about the videographer, where she even says that she offered him a job. Doesn't care what he's being paid. She offered him a job. Why would you do that? You just met these guys. What? I don't... There's a whole lot here that I'm not really able to wrap my noodle around. Why would you be offering the videographer a job when you don't even know who the streamer is? She says multiple times she has no idea who Blackboy Max is. Thus, I would have to imagine she also probably doesn't know the videographer. Why is she randomly just trying to, like, poach him from Blackboy Max? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's kind of just a weird thing to even mention here in the first place.
And you guys were filming stuff obnoxiously with every single person who recognized him. I don't even know this guy. I literally am running an empire right now and have no clue who... I don't have X and don't even have the time to log in and sign up.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, congratulations, I guess, for not having X. That's admirable, I suppose, but what does any of that have to do with this tantrum that you're throwing because he declined the kiss and left? Keep in mind, Blackboy Max, that was the end of this whole interaction, and he probably forgot it ever even happened until she started going on this, like, massive rant about it. About how she doesn't even know who this guy is. It was so obnoxious, yet she wanted to give his videographer another job, wanted to steal his videographer for her own business. And she's talking about like how busy she is running her empire, doesn't have the time to even learn who this guy is, just a plebeian to her because she's too successful. Did you know she was on America's Next Top Model? Like, I don't even understand where this is coming from.
So, I walked up to you after his little outburst. He probably don't even date black women.
What? What? Again, where is this even coming from? Just because he didn't accept your, like, kiss offer gag, all of a sudden now she's saying, oh, he just probably doesn't date black women. What the fuck? Like, this is so weird.
But I said to you guys very clearly, please don't use that footage. And I don't know what collegiate level you guys are at, if you guys went to college or whatever. But I asked you not to use that footage. Not only did you use the footage, but out of everybody there, you talked to a lot of people. We heard you a mile away. That was the only footage that you used.
This is another part that's a little confusing to me with what she's referring to here. It's a stream, so the footage is being used by default. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's already broadcast, so her asking not to use it, the ship's kind of already sailed. Maybe she means like he used it elsewhere, but I can't find it anywhere else. It truly has lived as just a stream moment from him. The only one that's using this whole situation anywhere else is her. So I'm just a little baffled with what she's even talking about in regards to this. And she's saying that out of everybody there, hers is the only one that they used. Where? What did they use it for? Like a fucking billboard advertisement somewhere? Like, where are they using it? I don't see it unless she's seeing, like, clips from it floating around and then misunderstanding where that's coming from. Because as far as I can tell, it's not like Blackboy Max or his team is, like, plastering this all over the place to try and besmirch her name or anything. The only one that is attacking anyone here is her to Blackboy Max. And in fact, on his stream, he did, like, address this saying, hey, all love, this is kind of weird, especially because she threatens a lawsuit. He's like, hey, don't really know why we're talking about that. This is weird. All love, though. Like, he's the one that's trying to, like, calm everything down.
And I verbally told you not to use it. I have so many things going on right now that I don't have time to take you to court, but I dare you. I dare you to try me, because now you are taking up my time. This 3 minutes that it's taken to post this, I could have been making money.
Yeah, there's a ton of income you can generate in 3 minutes. That's true. Yeah, he's going to be liable for damages in that lawsuit, too, for that extra 3 minutes that was spent with these Instagram reels she was posting. That's going to be up there in the tens of dollars, potentially. So, be careful with this lawsuit that she's, like, vaguely tiptoeing around. Saying, try me, and you'll be hearing from my lawyers, pal. You best hang on to your britches, Buster, if you want to try me here. Try you for what, though? Why would he do that? Like, what would he even be, like, attempting to go after you for? There's nothing here. You're the only one that is making a big deal out of things here and bringing up, like, a lawsuit. You're so busy, but, you know, if you swing for the fences here, she'll have to carve time away from her busy day running an empire to get the legal system involved. For what, though? Like what is that lawsuit? I'm no lawyer, so maybe there's some, like, charges out there I've never heard of, but I am so, like, taken aback by this decision she's made here to make it so hostile, when all he did was simply just say no when she asked, "Are you going to give me a kiss?" He didn't want to do that, and that's what he said on his stream. I just didn't want to. That's totally fine. Why is he not allowed to say no to you without it being a huge issue? It's just so weird. It's just such odd behavior.
Your new fame, his Instagram, I don't even know who gave him the idea. Do you know the connotation behind the word plaque? And I don't know if this is maybe a different kind of plaque that you're talking about. Maybe it's a different one. But the first thing I thought of, because I don't think he has any real plaques, was plaque on your teeth, okay?
Oof, shit. Now it's getting real nasty. Saying you don't have any plaques, so the plaque I thought of was plaque on your teeth. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, yikes. That's rough. This is, like, this is all over nothing. All he did was just not give you a kiss. Play into your scheme where you'd, like, pseudo offer a kiss only to say, it's not allowed to happen. He just said no outright, and I guess foiled that. And now it's blown up into, like, fucking 4 different videos she's made about it, like, very upset.
You maybe want to understand the connotation and the vibration that certain words carry through society. I don't give a damn about who you think you are or any of your followers.
I gotta pause real quick because we gotta give an official funeral to the word vibration. That shit has been murdered. It has been bastardized to such a criminal degree. That word is used as the ultimate buzzword in every, like, pseudoscience, mumbo-jumbo nonsense speak ever. Now she's saying that he needs to better understand his name because of bad vibration or something. It is crazy just how much this word gets used in just the most meaningless ways. Go ahead and eat this eucalyptus goat urine pill. It'll fix your vibrational chakras and realign you with the universal vibration type shit. It's just so odd. It's just so peculiar. I feel bad for the word vibration at this point. It's completely lost its identity.
But he walked away from me so disrespectfully. And it doesn't matter about America's Next Top Model. You don't ever depart from a real woman in that nature. Ever. You played yourself. And good luck with that Grammy. Good luck. I really genuinely hope you get it. Because that's probably going to be the height of everything that you get. But that's none of my business. It's between you and God.
Yeah, winning a Grammy is usually the height of a lot of people's existence. That's like an unbelievable dream. So if he does accomplish that, it will probably be the height. And it's something the vast majority of the world and the vast majority of artists will never get to experience. And she's here talking it down as if it's like a meaningless award or something. Like, yeah, I hope you get that, because that'll be all you ever get. A fucking Grammy. Oh my god. But anyway, she brings up America's Next Top Model here unprompted. I don't know I don't know why that came in here out of nowhere. The way that comes across is because she was on America's Next Top Model, she believes she deserves to be treated differently than other people, but she then says, doesn't matter that you don't walk away from anyone in that disrespectful manner. But I would argue he didn't do anything disrespectful at all, and I feel like most people would agree, and I don't think anyone would feel like he did something rude to them if he had left this conversation the same way to someone else that had offered a kiss that was not something that he wanted to reciprocate. Like, it is a weird thing to do. And he said no and then left. That's it. He did say, like, what the fuck was that? But I think that's a pretty natural response to having a stranger say, are you going to give me a kiss? Like, imagine if this was just some random dude and it was a girl out there promoting her business and whatever she's doing. And the guy starts filming and is like, are you going to give me a kiss now? And she's like, no. And then leaves saying, what the fuck is that? I feel like everyone would be like, yeah, it's a pretty normal response. Because it is. Like there is nothing he did here that I think could even remotely be viewed as, like, disrespectful. At least not from what I've seen. So anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. Just a very unnecessary attack on somebody who I think did really nothing wrong here. He just didn't want to give you the kiss is all. Like, I don't think it's that deep, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That's about it. Yeah. They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but I disagree. I think the greatest form of flattery is this. That's that Donnie from Wild Thornberrys type riz. But when does imitation go too far? When is it no longer an homage, but instead tiptoes over the line into plagiarism? That's what we'll be analyzing today, and by that I mean I learned about 2 channels that have blatantly plagiarized another YouTuber. I saw this right before going to bed tonight. I'm kidding, because I didn't fall asleep. As you can clearly tell, it's 6 a.m. I've been up all night again. Insomnia is here again, doing that to my damn little butt cheeks over here, and I'm tired of it. But as I was trying to fall asleep and then ended up giving up looking at my phone, I saw that there's a bit of a hoopla about this plagiarism thing going on right now. And you're never going to be able to get rid of all the plagiarism on YouTube because it is a rampant issue. But I always think it's nice when people do find bad actors like this just blatantly stealing their work. But as I was looking into this big developing story here, I learned a lot of twists, not only about the original video creator, but also the ones that allegedly plagiarized. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first one before diving into a bit more about the original video as well.
So if your views are low, or you're scared of demonetization, listen up, because I'm going to tell you the 8 biggest changes of the YouTube algorithm, starting with change number 1, Gemini. So it's fully official. Okay, the YouTube algorithm is now powered by Gemini AI.
This one is egregious. They didn't even bother doing the bare minimum of changing a single word from the original script. So this comes from a YouTuber named Rume Ro, and the YouTuber that's copying his video is someone named Belmont. Now this is a guru who is also selling a course. Now I use the word guru real loosey-goosey because that's how these fucking dweebs refer to themselves as. They're scammers, basically. Case in point. If you're going to be purchasing a course from someone on YouTube trying to give you the secrets, bestow upon you the ancient wisdom of success online, just know you're most likely not going to be finding the fountain of youth there. You're probably getting a big load of fucking barnacles. I've never even heard of a course that one of these dorks was selling that was ever even remotely helpful in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to this subject matter, I know in like the fitness space, there's a lot of YouTubers that have courses that are very popular, very successful. I'm talking specifically about this garbage where they have these videos, usually just like a bunch of regurgitated information. In this case, they are literally copying someone else's information in order to try and hawk a course. But like usually it's just some dog shit where they're like, "Yar matey, so you want to get YouTube views? Well, you're gonna have to fork over the funky digits on the back of that credit card for this fucking PowerPoint I threw together haphazardly." It's all trash. Now, an interesting little fun fact, a little tidbit of lore, in the only Belmont video I've watched, he has a gold YouTube play button behind him for a channel called Serum. So I looked it up, and that's this channel right here, and that's definitely him. Basically, this channel is Sniper Wolf. If Sniper Wolf was a guy who's a huge dweeb. And he hasn't posted in over a year, but he had 4.5 million subscribers. I don't know why he stopped posting. I looked into it, and there's a lot of theories. Apparently, a lot of people seem to believe that he was demonetized at some point, so he abandoned the channel. It's certainly possible, but it's just a theory, a little game theory there. But what's not a theory is that this guy just blatantly plagiarized that video. I guess he's made his triumphant return. No longer is he Serum. Now he's Belmont. And he just takes other YouTubers' videos word for word as his own. Yippee, welcome home.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT. And the job that YouTube gave Gemini is to analyze videos. So technically, it's no longer about tags, titles, or anything that's mattered before. Because of Gemini, now it's what you say, how you say it, and what you show on, like the actual visuals of your video. It understands the tone. If your video is supposed to be sad, it understands it. If being sarcastic, it also understands. Gemini also analyzes behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score.
It's actually fascinating how not only did he copy the script one-to-one, but he even copied the timing. It syncs up perfectly. He did exact intonation, exact timing of everything here for his blatant plagiarism. I've never seen that before. This is like the equivalent of taking someone else's homework, copying it, and not even changing the name on it when you submit it. It's fucking baffling. Typically, we're about to look at another case of plagiarism from the same YouTuber, actually. Not Belmont, but the same YouTuber had his work stolen by another channel as well, this time a much more popular channel. I'm actually kind of blown away by how brazen Belmont's plagiarism is. He's got a lot of other videos on his channel, and I imagine all of those are also plagiarized from other YouTubers as well. It seems like that's probably his shtick. I imagine the only reason the visuals aren't exactly the same is because he didn't want to take the extra 2 minutes it would take to crop out the YouTuber from those visuals, because he wanted to just shit and ship this as quickly as possible, a matter of minutes. So instead he just filled it with a bunch of probably stock videos for his points here. Now the next accused plagiarism patriot is Danny Y. Interestingly enough, it's the same topic that Belmont copied, that now Danny Y has a video on that's eerily similar to Rumero's. An interesting coinkydink, if I had to spitball a guess at how that's possible, I would wager that douchebags like this probably consult ChatGPT for what videos they should steal, and right now ChatGPT is recommending that one from Rumero. That would be my guess. Now, Danny Y's video is a little less obvious than Belmont's. He does change some words around, and he does change the order in which the information is presented. Instead of following the exact blueprint one-to-one of Rumero's original video, he changes where it goes. But watching them both back-to-back, it is still fundamentally the exact same piece of content. Now, another explanation here. Like I said, I don't know Rumero's content. Maybe it's possible he generated a script for this topic through ChatGPT, and Danny Y doing the same thing. Thus, they came with very similar scripts. I think that is also equally possible.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT.
And if you don't know what it is, think of it as Google's version of ChatGPT.
And it even understands the tone.
It even picks up on your tone.
If your video is supposed to be sad, it understands it.
If your video is meant to be funny, it knows.
If you're being sarcastic, it also understands it.
If you're being sarcastic in your video, it also knows that too.
So that's pretty scary shit within itself.
And honestly, this one scared me when I first learned about it.
Now, when YouTube reviews your channel, which they will.
When YouTube reviews your channel, and they will.
The first thing that Gemini will check is your channel trailer.
And the first thing that plays is going to be your channel trailer.
The age of the email and the age of the YouTube channel.
Use an email that has been around for a while.
The older the YouTube channel is, the better. Just use your personal email.
Maybe your personal Gmail that you've been using for years.
If you have any Google subscriptions like Google One, Google Workspace, YouTube Premium, any of those subscriptions, the better it is.
Even better, if you have Google subscriptions like YouTube Premium, Google One, or Workspace, that's extra proof.
Right, you want to show Gemini and YouTube that you're a human, and a human doesn't start YouTube by uploading every single day.
You're basically showing the algorithm that you're a real human.
This one's a bit trickier because he does change the words around and he does change the order around, but all of the information from Rume Rose is still present here, including his advice that he gives in the original, so it does still seem a bit stinky here that maybe he had grabbed his script and had AI rewrite it a bit for his video. And, you know, there's only so many ways of conveying information if the information is accurate, but this goes a little bit beyond that, where it's not just conveying similar information, he's doing it basically very, very, very similarly to how Rume Rose video covered it. Now, I had that theory that maybe Rume Rose generated an AI script and Danny Y did the same on the same topic, which is why they'd be similar. And I think there's even more meat to that theory because I did some digging on Rume Rose's channel.
If we go ahead and just search up the title of one of these articles and we throw it onto YouTube, we will be able to find YouTube channels like this one, Hip Hop Daily. So if we click on it and we click on their videos, we can see that their views are not bad at all. Now moving on to step number 2, which is scripting your entire video. Now there's a few rules for this, right? I have a lot of beginners come to me and they show me their videos and they're only like a minute or 2 minutes long. And to be honest, I tell them every single time, might as well not post the videos, because with AI, there is no excuse for you not to make a video over 10 minutes. YouTube clearly favors, and this is my opinion, YouTube clearly favors YouTube channels and YouTube videos that are over 10 minutes. So here's an example of how easy it is to script write.
Oh my goodness, he's giving the keys to the kingdom, the Krabby Patty secret formula to the ultimate slop. Step 1, look at other YouTubers' content. Step 2, basically steal it. So he's like, look at these channels. You can see their views are doing well, so this is a successful niche. So you want to aim for basically copying the same topics because you can see that it has a track record of doing well here. So step 2, use AI to make your script for you. So he then shows you like to grab an article, copy and paste it into AI to have it write a script for you. So that way it can cook that shit up for you pretty much instantaneously. And bingo, bango, bongo, you've got a soulless AI regurgitated video that can now just passively generate income on YouTube for you for doing fucking nothing at all. So, not a huge fan of this guy, to be honest with you. Yes, I do think he was plagiarized in the first instance, and honestly, I am leaning more towards Danny Y also taking his video as opposed to just getting a similar AI drivel script. And that's due to a couple of reasons I'll share with you. But as far as creators getting plagiarized goes, this one doesn't move my heart all that much. This is a world's smallest violin moment for sure, because he himself also kind of preaches the same thing to his students. About, like, look at all these other channels and basically do what they do using AI to do it for you. So, it's a little odd that he would cry foul that other vultures in the same space are doing the same to his content, when he has these AI faceless slop channels that he literally kind of does very similar things with. Granted, it's not one-to-one or as brazen as the examples here, but still, it's fundamentally the same DNA. He is also just regurgitating the same information using AI to do it for him. Now, maybe he doesn't do it on his Rume Rose channel, that I don't know for sure, but in the videos on this channel, he does talk about and literally try and instruct people on how to take other people's topics and like ideas and plug AI into it so it will make the scripts for you so you can stretch these videos to 10 minutes and make money off it passively for doing basically fucking nothing. So, not exactly like the best creator to be talking about being plagiarized, if I'm being honest. But I do still find it to be an interesting topic nonetheless. And like I said, I do think it's obvious in Belmont's case that he just one-to-one stole the video. I do also think Danny Y most likely had AI spit out a script from Rume Rose's video as opposed to just covering a similar topic.
And that leads us to the next change, one that got thousands of channels deleted just last month. YouTube now probably gives every channel a hidden score. They don't show it to you, but it probably exists. And it controls everything. I call it your trust score. Think of it like a credit score, but for
your trust score? Where have I heard that nomenclature before?
Do that, but it's almost guaranteed
I'm
that
at the wrong
amount of people
timestamp.
that have
Hold
done
on.
that, and this change was done about 2 weeks ago, which is why you've heard so much news of people getting their channels taken away. But I think I found a solution.
Still not at the right timestamp, but basically in Danny Y's video, it's the exact same information. He changed some of the words and changed the order in which he presented it, but he's still basically just saying everything Rumero said, but in different order.
But the most important part is that Gemini also analyzes your behavior on the platform, which takes me to number 2, trust score. This has got to be one of the biggest changes that I've ever seen on YouTube. So this is the easiest way to explain trust score.
So, from what I could tell, Danny Y wasn't the one that came up with the trust score. Watching both videos back to back, it's basically the same fucking thing. Like I said, Danny Y just changed the order in which he presented shit, but it's still fundamentally exactly the same. And at points, like in the minute and a half clip there, it is almost identical. I find it unlikely that this is some big misunderstanding and it's just a coincidence. I understand that when it comes to information, there is only so many different ways you can convey the information, but it just feels very fishy that not only is it conveyed very similarly, almost identical at points, but also saying weird things like, I call it your trust score. I came up with that, when he clearly didn't come up with that. Also, couple that with the fact that the advice he gives in his video is the same advice Rumero gave in his video. It just feels like he did take the script from that video and just change it around a little bit so it wasn't just so blatantly obvious. Not as lazy as Belmont was with it. Anyway though, plagiarism isn't unusual on YouTube. This shit turbo sucks and it's only being more common now thanks to AI. And people like Rumero himself also preaching very similar tactics of just taking other people's topics, ideas, niches, and just having AI be fed this information in order to spit garbage out for you to post and make money on. I think that shit also sucks, and it's not all that dissimilar from what he's complaining about here with these channels ripping off his video. His AI faceless slop channels are fundamentally doing something very, very, very similar. And it's all trash. It's all garbage. And I'm sure he knows that, but it doesn't matter because he makes a ton of money doing it. If you look at his channel, a lot of his videos are just kind of bragging about how much money he makes from doing these AI faceless slop channels. It sucks. It's sad. And that's the exact kind of shit that's ruining the entire platform. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. AI everything. It's coming. Literally everything. Even in the most useless circumstances, AI is being ham-fisted into it. Soon, your silverware is going to be AI integrated, where it'll be telling you, you know, Charles, it seems like you're looking for an awfully big portion of this spaghetti here. Are you looking to put on pounds? Like shaming you or something if you're eating too much food. Like everything is getting AI. Millions of dollars going into the most useless implementations of AI imaginable because it's just this gold rush that has broken the brains of every tech company on the planet. Last night I learned about, of course, the Razer Goon Tube. Then there's the Sony AI patent that will play the games for you if you blow major ass at gaming. There's also the HyperX Brain Reader AI headset. Like, it's all just so fucking fundamental trash. Like, even from a conceptual standpoint, they are just terrible ideas that AI does nothing to actually improve anything with what they're pitching here. It just makes shit worse and makes everything more expensive for consumers. It sucks. So let's see a little bit more about it, huh? You saw Razer's new AI waifu hologram. It's called Project Ava. Just like an Alexa, but your little AI assistant. Let's take a peek. Project Ava, Razer's AI gaming assistant, has physical form now. Whoopee! Wow. For gamers who want their backseat gamer to be a little cute. For those who need a refresher, Project Ava is Razer's real-time gaming co-pilot, an AI assistant that essentially acts as a backseat gamer for you. While you're playing, Ava, represented here by a character named Kira, offers live advice, tips, and commentary overlaid directly on your screen as the game unfolds. It's coaching, but with a personality and a face. There's a trailer for it. You can change the waifu into Faker. You can change the hold on, maybe I was too quick to judge. You can change the waifu into Faker?
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely wear your favorite green jacket. Look, now we're really vibing.
That's the saddest shit I've seen in my fucking life, man. My heart breaks for someone who purchases this and relies on this kind of interaction. It is designed to keep you inside forever and away from human beings.
I think you're onto something.
Whole day, soldier. We need more air support.
Yeah.
Whoa, clean shot. Nice one.
Oof. Maybe aim for the head next time? Break line of sight.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want my fucking AI assistant to be sassy and insulting me while I'm playing League of Legends and feeding in mid lane. That's what I'm looking for. Thank God.
Switch to burst fire mid-range.
GG, that was amazing. Ready to go again? This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
Oh! I hope Faker got paid millions for that. AI girlfriend gonna point out every missed CS. Have you tried killing the cannon minion? It'll give you an advantage in lane. PC's gonna cost 10k because of the AI goon jar. True. It is like a little fucking goon tube in here, huh? Very cool. They have a camera installed on it for some reason. How else are they gonna know if you're hitting those nasty headshots? And if they can't see it, they can't offer incredible advice such as, have you tried switching to burst fire for mid-range? Or whatever the guy said. It needs the camera. What, you think it's gonna be like spying on you or something? Why would it do that? It makes no... You sound crazy. You sound crazy. It's for the sake of helping you game, brother. It's your AI assistant. It wants to see you as much as you want to see it. Bringing her to Dave & Buster's so she can backseat me at the Crane Games. Oh my god. That's unlocking the full potential. Bring her to the casino to gamble. Well, she wouldn't be able to help you gamble. That'd be a worthless use. Have you seen the news of PlayStation AI patent could see games play themselves when players get stuck? Sony AI patent will see PlayStation games play themselves when players are stuck. AI-generated ghost player assistants would help out players who can't progress in a game. As described in patent documents, Ghost Player would see players call down an AI-generated ghost version of the player character, which could either play out the solution to a particular part of the level or complete it entirely. Originally filed in 2024, World Intellectual Property Organization published an international status report on the patent this week. For example, if a player was stuck on a puzzle in an Uncharted game, then they should just stop playing games forever. Holy shit, that would be beyond tragic. The guide mode would seemingly present an AI-controlled Nathan Drake demonstrating the solution before the player did it themselves. The complete mode would simply complete the section for the player. I just don't even... What would even be the fucking point in playing? I don't get it. Just, if you're that stuck, just look up a gameplay video of it on YouTube. Look up like a fucking walkthrough. Grow up. Oh my god, what a huge waste of time and resources to make a ghost player. Oh my god, this is our reality. Oh my god. Holy ads. I'm so tired of you guys not appreciating good ad placement. We still have unused space for more ads. So you're not even getting the worst of it here. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8. And only one auto-playing ad. I can even see the article here. Like, well, pieces of it. Also in AI news, HyperX just revealed an AI gaming headset that can read your mind and make you play faster. HyperX reveals headset that uses AI to read your brain and make you faster. Great news in gaming here. Nothing but positives, huh? HyperX and Neurable revealed the collaboration that has given way to AI-powered sensor-fitted neurotechnological gaming headset. It uses non-invasive sensors to read brain waves and encourage gamers to boost their performance. The combination of HyperX peripheral technology and Neurable's cognitive monitoring solutions endeavors to give players insights into their real-time brain performance and reduce their reaction times. Whoa, that's so cool. It was claimed that testing participants resulted in an improved reaction time of around 43 milliseconds on average, a number that was made even more pronounced by testing the headset with pro esports players. A promising future of gaming, one where understanding your mind becomes as natural as understanding your mechanics by making brain-computer interfaces intuitive and invisible inside the tools players already use. We're proving that neuroscience can meaningfully elevate performance and transform the way people play. We've always been about empowering power players with the best technology to play, and now with our strategic collaboration with Neurable, we look forward to giving more insight into how one's cognitive skills and focus impacts their gameplay to ultimately make them as competitive as possible. Am I understanding this correctly? So it doesn't actually like do anything to like jolt your brain into being faster. It's giving you data on your reaction times and stuff. Is that what it is? It's giving you insight into how your cognitive skills and focus impact your gameplay, which to me feels pretty fucking obvious. But I guess hard numbers maybe helps someone out there. I don't need to know that my reflexes are shit. See, that's what, like, I don't see how it helps you improve your reaction time by just giving you the data. I can also get my reaction time data by going to, like, humanbenchmark.com and testing it. I don't see how this improves reaction time by, on average, 43 milliseconds. But shit, who am I to doubt the power of AI? Imagine the superhuman you could be if you combined all of these. AI gaming headset for reaction time, AI goon tube for backseat gaming, and the AI patent to play the game for you. You would be the next Faker. It's like Lawnmower Man. It is very much like Lawnmower Man. Actually, that's a good point to bring up. How are gaming companies prepared to deal with fake AI players? They're not. They just literally are not. They can't even deal with human cheaters right now, let alone AI bots that play their games. There's nothing they will be able to do to stop it. And all online gaming will suffer when that becomes more commonplace. You think this is also geared towards accessibility and disabled players for Sony, that is? I could see that argument in some capacity, but it's not like... The accessibility it's offering is more so like, we'll just complete it for you. That's kind of the antithesis to accessibility. I actually think all of the accessibility that Microsoft has done is in a good direction. I know I poo-poo on Microsoft all the time, but I am actually always impressed with how seriously they take accessibility controls for disabled gamers. This is not really that. This is just giving you the solutions or doing it for you. It's not really an accessibility tool. Why do we need this when they already have Atreus telling me how to solve a puzzle? That's true, they already did accomplish this without AI. They didn't need patents for Atreus just vomiting out every solution. What's the difference between watching a video and watching AI do it for the solution, though? The difference of millions and millions and millions of dollars and resources poured into the AI doing it for you when you can just for free right now without any big detrimental effect on the industry, type in YouTube Uncharted walkthrough for whatever you're stuck on. That's the big difference. You hear NVIDIA is reproducing 3060 GPUs? I saw the headline, I forgot to look into that. I wonder if they're going to be the same price that they were back when it first released. My gut tells me probably not. Why do you think Valve cares so much about something being AI or not compared to other companies? For me, it's a pretty obvious answer to that. I don't even know if it's the right answer, but maybe it's just because of my faith in the company. Valve has shown for almost 2 decades now that it really does value a good product. It values the consumer, and that's why it has a de facto monopoly on PC gaming. People just choose Valve despite there being alternatives. No one goes to them because Valve is just the gold standard. It actually is just the most consumer-friendly platform in the space, period. So I feel like Valve understands that the consumer wants to be informed on if the product uses AI. So Valve gives you the tools to see that yourself and make your own decisions if that means something to you. Whereas other companies they make all those decisions and don't give a fuck about like what the consumers or players actually want. It's all about how they can squeeze money out of them. That's what I think. It could be wrong though. But I feel like Valve has a very good track record when it comes to just like actually delivering a quality product. Because there is literally no reason why every company wouldn't just follow Valve's example when it comes to AI. Just tell the consumers if this is an AI game. If they don't like AI games, they won't play it. If they like AI games, they'll buy it and play it. There is nothing wrong with giving consumers more information. That is a good thing, no matter how you spin it. Keeping it a secret, that's shady, that's scummy. Remember, Valve started Battle Pass. Did they? I don't think they were the first. What they did start, though, is gaming gambling. The loot boxes. they started that one. They opened Pandora's box there. I don't know about the Battle Pass, though. The Dota 2 compendiums were the first Battle Passes. I think all of this started with Bethesda trying to sell us horse armor. It would have always ended up this way. Bethesda was just the first one to do it. There's no world where gaming evolving into the absolute juggernaut industry it is today wouldn't have been exploited in the exact same way, with or without horse armor. Yeah, that's how we got on this subject, was talking about Project Ava. That's how we went down this fucking rabbit hole. It is such... I hate it. It's so ass. I really do not even see who this in particular is for. I don't. Outside of Gooners. Like, I mean, like, the target demographic it's looking for is, like, gamers looking to improve their gaming and also have, like, a social companion. But I don't see it ever being utilized for that. It will absolutely just be, like, a replacement friend. Who the fuck is going to want AI to backseat game them forever? Offering snarky remarks like, have you tried hitting your headshots? Sounds like shit. You lack empathy. I don't know if that's a meme or not. I've said this a million times. My heart fucking breaks for the people that are growing up with this kind of thing being normalized and like their main socialization coming through a computer screen, not being able to connect to human beings. I have so much empathy for that. 1,000,000%. Which is why I advocate so strongly for disconnecting, bucking the trend of relying on AI to be your pathway into the world, or what you think is the world, and instead going out and actually trying to make meaningful connections with human beings and socialize with real people. You sound like the Unabomber. Was the Unabomber talking about AI GoonTubes too? I haven't read his manifesto in a while. I can't recall if that was one of his big pillars. Ironically, there's another AI waifu hologram made for lonely people. It's called Lepro Amy. It's designed specifically for emotional intimacy. Surely that will help all of the lonely people. That's the solution. To isolate further. Can't say I've heard of this one. Lepro Amy? Oh yeah, this was also announced at CES. And it is also another GoonTube. Well, I guess not fully a tube. You'd have to like pop that off, which it doesn't seem like would be very easy. Lepro Amy, a device the Chinese company openly markets not just as AI companion, but an AI soulmate. Oh, good idea. There was no live demo as the show floor was too loud, according to staff, which felt oddly fitting for a product meant to simulate emotional intimacy. Even silent, Amy drew a crowd. Very cool. What do you mean you remain unconvinced that people don't need an AI friend or soulmate? That's why we're born in this world, to find our AI soulmate. And then die in front of it, fucking 80 years completely alone, living off Doritos and pizza and broken dreams. That's the utopia. Wasn't there a movie about that? There's a few movies about that, but there's one people always reference, the Joaquin Phoenix one. Her, I think. A guy who married Miku was just living in 2025. Oh man, that guy was so ahead of his time. What was his name? I can't even remember now. The guy who married Miku a few years back? Yeah, this guy. He saw the vision. He knew where we were heading. And now we locked down Miku so no one else can have her. Didn't he get sad when Miku underwent maintenance? Yeah, it was actually... This whole story is really sad. Like, it is, like, legitimately sad. But you're referencing when they brought her down for, like, a patch or something, so his wife basically died for a little while. The whole thing is, like, legitimately actually sad, though. If you would have come to me 5 months ago and told me that potentially the best movie of 2026 was going to be a horror film, I would have poked in the eyes like Captain Insano and told you to get out of my house. Would have been trying to have you institutionalized for such a delusional idea. But now look at us, farting and shitting in the reality where the best movie this year really might just be the horror film I just got back from. Obsession. A lot of people have been glazing it. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the hype around it, and I know I've been very vocal and you're probably tired of hearing me whine and squeal about how exhausted I am of this marketing tactic, specifically in regards to horror films where everything has to be the scariest movie ever made. Oh, no, it's run, don't see it, no, it's too scary, you can't handle it, it's gonna be piss all over the fucking seat, don't go see this new horror movie, it's too scary. Like with Long Legs. And I know every time I review a horror movie now, I can't help but make that mention, just always fucking shooting spitballs at Long Legs for the marketing around it. But point is, this movie had a lot of hype, and nowadays that makes me kind of skeptical, like, okay, might not be all that special. But in the case of Obsession, I think exceeds all expectations I could have had based on the early reviews, and even the trailer. The trailer looked good, but this is much better than the trailer led me to believe. I went into this kind of expecting something in the vein of Wish Upon, which is one of the fucking worst horror movies ever made. Actually an insult to cinema. Like, that right there is why you could make a strong argument that we were never meant to have this technology, because what that captured is a fucking sin. Wish Upon is a terrible film, but there is something in Wish Upon that is shared in Obsession, which is a wish for love, which overwrites a human being's free will to bend to that wish for the person who made it. It's a fun concept that is ruined in Wish Upon, but explored beautifully in Obsession. And now, after having watched this film, I feel like I can say with confidence, the best horror movies are being made by YouTubers. Raka Raka crushed it with Talk to Me, came back for the double whammy with Bring Her Back, which I thought was one of the best films of that year, and now this film, Obsession, is also a YouTuber-directed film. This comes from Curry Barker. And this is so far my favorite movie of the year. I really liked it. And I think what, like, elevates it, the concept is pretty simple. And like I said, it actually isn't the most unique concept ever. Making a wish for someone to fall in love. Fucking Fairly Odd Parents had something like that with Timmy and Trixie at one point. So, like, it's not the most unheard of concept. And you can immediately deduce where it will go, where it becomes an obsession, stalking, that kind of thing. But what really gives it that extra oomph is the performances from the main characters. So, Bear, played by Michael Johnston, and Nikki, played by Inde Navarrete. I'm sure I fucked the name up. I'm super sorry. But they both gave such a great performance. In particular, the actress who plays Nikki. Extraordinary. They are really able to sell everything in this film to you. And it does a great job of tiptoeing on the line of being, like, comedic at points, and also just being extremely unnerving. This movie does some great tension building. I just have zero complaints about this film. I also like that it unapologetically uses weirdness. It uses, like, tactical cringe, where it's self-aware of what it's doing because it's part of what's happening. He has made a wish to make the girl of his dreams fall in love with him, and now she is obsessed, but it's not her, and they make that point pretty clear that this is now basically just some kind of, like, demon that's piloting the body here under the orders of the wish that he made. And so they'll occasionally have, like, the real Nikki come through, like, at very rare instances, and it snaps from her being all over him and in love to then just freaking out like, help, it's not real, it's not me, that kind of thing. Like, the film is not afraid to be weird. It doesn't just try and rely on, like, the normal standard horror movie cliches you've seen a bunch, though there are a few cliches sprinkled throughout. It does try and just be, like, odd. And I really appreciate that. So, like, very uncomfortable scenes. Like, one scene I know popped off pretty recently where they're at, like, a dinner and he asks, hey, that thing about your dad dying, is that real? And then she just starts going like, no, freaking out. I thought we were having a nice date in front of, like, the whole restaurant. It's really uncomfortable. There's also other scenes like that where, like, when he goes to work and she's off, she just stands there and basically, like, goes into low power mode and just stands there smiling at the door for like 8 hours, and she's pissed herself, she's shit all over the floor, covered in vomit and stuff. Like, it does just get weird and uncomfortable and unnerving. And I think that really helps sell the unpredictability of each scene as they're building all of this tension. Because you don't know if it's going to go in like a comedic direction where like at a party she has to do something for a drinking game and it ends with her reading a really odd passage from a book that she's working on and everyone's all weirded out. She's completely ruined the whole vibe of the party. And then she just goes into like wacky maniacal laughter. Ah, just joking. No, I'm joking about joking. So what if I'm fucking serious? Like that kind of thing. And it's not afraid to like slow burn these scenes. This is a horror film that actually does a good job of being scary and frightening without just using like the standard like demon jump scare or something like that. Like, again, there are jump scares, but at the end of the day, this is still a human being that you're watching. At no point does she like transform into some kind of like, you know, monster creature or anything like that. It's not even like very violent or gory. There is some violence and gore in there, but it very, very seldom. It really is impressive just how effective it is at making you like, I don't know, kind of tense up just by having a scene with a bunch of darkness in there and she's talking in the darkness. Like, there's a lot of scenes where they're showing her where you can't even really make out her face. So then you are sitting there trying to, like, figure out what facial expression she's even making. And it's really effective. Like, I have, like, no complaints about this film whatsoever. They also do a good job of making you not exactly the biggest fan of the main guy either. Because what he's done is fucked up. And even after he starts to piece it together that wish that he made on basically a fucking toy turns out to be real, he kind of just like, okay, so what if it's not real? I still get to have sex with her. So he's taking advantage of this. And one of his friends is like, hey man, it really seems like you're taking advantage of her and she's going through like a psychotic episode. So like, it does a good job of like actually making you kind of root against the main character as well. Like, everything this film tries to do, I think it does extremely well. I was blown away by how much I was enjoying this film. And like I said, it is self-aware. So when it is giving you like those cringe moments being very on the nose or giving you like really wacky over the top scenes of this, you know, like stalker type behavior and like, you know, crying like, oh, why don't you love me? That kind of thing. Or like even just something really over the top, like you cooked my cat, that kind of stuff. All of it works. All of it flows so well in this film. And I think a big part of that falls onto just how great the acting was. The performances really did complement it amazingly. Like I said, no complaints about this film. So far, it is my favorite film of the year. There are some heavy hitters coming out in the next few months, and especially towards the end of the year with the Dune 3, so I guess we'll see if it stays my favorite movie of the year, but man, this was very strong. I am so pleasantly surprised by how good this movie was. Man, I just keep reflecting on some of the scenes. I'm avoiding spoilers for the most part in this one. I'm giving you just more broad strokes about this, and I know I usually dive into spoilers, but for this one I'm going to make a special exception because I really think that this is something pretty special here. Again, and it uses a concept that I don't think is special or unique, like the wish gone wrong type thing. We've seen that explored millions of times, just not like this. And I would even go a step further and say that even some of the story beats that it hits, I've seen before in other films. It's not that unique, but it's the way that they get there and the way that they build it and the way that they shoot it, the way that they use lighting here and the way that they convey it, especially through the performance of the lead actress, is unique. Something that I think is very special to this film. It is extremely rare. Like, I can't even really think of more than a couple of films ever that have made me feel secondhand embarrassment. And I mean that as a compliment because that's what it was going for in those scenes. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. I do not get uncomfortable with movies or horror games or anything like that usually. It's very, very rare. But this film was able to pull that off. Like, it actually does such a good job at what it set out to do with each of its scenes, with the tension or the cringe. Like, I really am impressed. Again, so far, my favorite film of the year. I highly recommend checking it out if you like horror movies at all. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. And one. It's a foul all day, baby. Now what? Coward? Got you to bite on that fraudulent Hezzy Jimbo. Now I'm going to the line for free throws while you go to the bench to nurse those bum ankles, weenie. Point is, I hate Pokemon scalpers. I think most of you know that by now. I've made who knows how many videos shooting spitballs at these pathetic, loveless worms. I can't resist the urge to hawk loogies on this community, and today I was blessed with yet another display of degeneracy from these absolute low amoebas that just cannot stop trying to exploit a children's hobby for teensy tiny financial gain. It is shameful.
Well, Fed's doing nothing, bro. Fed's doing nothing. Should we go in? Fuck it.
It's an actual thoughtless horde of zombies. So Sports Direct was having some ETBs available for the new Pokemon set Ascended Heroes, and this crowd couldn't wait. They literally broke through the barricade there. They broke through the gate in order to get in there and get their grubby little paws on some Pokemon product. Now, I did see a lot of people criticizing Sports Direct, saying that they should have had buy limits of like 1 or 2 per person. From all the evidence I can see, they did. I've seen 3 examples of people that were here and walked away, and in all 3 examples, they only had 2 ETBs each. So I think they actually did have buy limits, but just so many people are like moths to a flame that when they see Pokemon, they just throw out every other fucking thing in their brain, like every other neuron shuts down and only activates to go there and beat down the walls until they can get some Pokemon product. So even though there were buy limits of only 2, that was enough to have people this ballistic over it so they could turn around and sell it on Facebook Marketplace for an additional like $5 a profit. It really is just that out of control that people will react like this to Pokemon even knowing that they can only get 2. These are not collectors, these are scalpers, and that is still to them worthwhile to go in there and just break shit, cause a ruckus, cause a mess just to get some precious treasure, some Pokemon ETBs in their mitts. It's craziness, actual fucking craziness. And you're crazy if you don't go check out the new Starforge Freerun collab. Best PCs in the universe, and they just got a little better with the Freerun collab that we're doing right now, so you can check that out in the link in the description.
Fucking, this is wild, bro. I'm recording the whole thing. This is wild, mate. Look at this shit. What the fuck, mate? I ain't even trying to get no Pokemon, man. This is just wild, mate. They broke open the shoes everywhere, bro.
That weak-ass little jog that a few of them are doing are probably the most movement they've experienced since fucking high school PE class. So now they're all kind of jogging to get in line as quickly as possible so they can get the Ascended Heroes ETBs, wee whoopee! And they can't even just have the decency to not just destroy things along the way. So I guess they were bumping and grinding on each other and their grease causing so much friction that I guess they fucking spun out like it was Mario Kart when you hit a banana peel and they started knocking shoes off the shelf, all on their warpath to get in line for Pokemon. These fucking worms just can't even be somewhat organized and not cause a mess wherever they go. They already broke down the fucking doors just to get in here, and they still had to go a step further and just start knocking shit over too. It's just so cringe.
This is insane. Bro, this is wild, bro. Come, bro, get in this way, get in this way. Get in here, I'm with you. Insane.
It is insane. By the literal definition, this is an actual fucking mental disorder that we're witnessing here. There's also some people that are trying to pretend that they were collectors. Some of the people that showed up in this video after they got clowned on are saying, no, I was there because I'm a Pokemon collector. Baloney! That's fucking barnacles. No, you are not. I am confident there's not a single legitimate collector here. It's all of these hype goblins that are constantly scrapping over crumbs from the Pokemon hysteria, trying to get a little cheese by flipping these for a small markup on the secondary market. It's what all of them are doing. But now, since everybody in the world is aware of this behavior, everybody hates scalpers. So now they're trying to be like, no, I was surrounded by scalpers, but trust me, I'm actually a collector. They don't want to be identified as a scalper here, so now they're like, no, I was a collector in the middle of this madness. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's despicable to the hobby. But they're actually just there so they can try and turn a profit off of the product too. No actual collector is going to be engaging in this way with the hobby, or at least very few of them would. The only people doing this are the scalpers that are ruining the entire hobby across all TCGs right now.
Nothing! What are you doing? Oh! Big balls!
Just look at the way these worms flex. So they filled up a U-Haul truck with Ascended mini tins. That's what's being thrown on there, the golden shower of mini tins. And Nikocado Avocado there, the protagonist, I guess, of Trader's Shop, is over there opening some packs, not getting any hits, and then he dives into the back of more, all while normal people and children, mainly, cannot get their hands on this product. Ordinary families that want to engage with this hobby, Pokemon cards, don't really have any way of doing it without going through scumbags like this because they are squatting on the entire inventory. So what Trader's Shop here is doing is they have this massive amount of product and they're opening it to sell on their streams. And naturally, these sales are often higher than the MSRP that you would have paid had you been able to get it in an official capacity through like Target or Walmart or your local card shop. But because these fucking losers swoop in here and buy up everything they can get their fucking hands on, people then go to the secondary market like this and end up paying more than the MSRP on the product because, well, the scalpers gotta make their cheddar on it, and it's actual tiddlywinks of cheddar, mind you. Like, it's a couple extra bucks, but that sucks for normal people who don't engage with the secondary market. Like I said, kids. Kids aren't going to be going around on Whatnot and TikTok shop and going to Trader's Shop to spend their parents' money, use their credit card to buy that product. At least, I hope they don't. They shouldn't. But what kids would do is while out shopping with their parents at like a Target or Walmart, they might go over to the card section and see Pokemon product and ask their parents if they could get some. That's how it used to be. That's how it was supposed to be. But now, because of this craze here, that doesn't happen anymore. It is entirely just these fucking greasy assholes that have taken all of it and are now hawking it on the secondary market over MSRP. So if a family wants to get their children some of this product, they have to go through them to do it, and they spend more on it. It's tragic. And people like Trader's Shop here are unapologetically just showcasing this gluttony as if it's something cool or something to be proud of. It seems like Trader's Shop is always live, so I went to one of their streams for a little bit. It sucked major ass. But the most egregious example of their greed is their just general pricing throughout the shop. Just scrolling around any of it, everything they have is extremely high. So like an Ascended Heroes booster pack from them is 15 clams, which when you compare it to listings from hundreds of card shops across the country, the average seems to be about $11 per booster pack on Ascended Heroes. But if you look at their perfect order booster box price, $320 for a perfect order booster box. If you look around any actual reputable card shop across the country going through like TCG Player or anywhere else, you can find them for $205. In fact, the highest I really see them go is $220. Yet through Trader's Shop, you're paying $320? Am I understanding that correctly? Holy shit, their greed is even more despicable than most other scalpers I see. And yet they still have the gall to make one of those videos when you get no hits out of your Ascended packs with a fucking U-Haul full of Ascended Heroes mini tins. Holy shit. This is gross. Anyway, I hate this garbage. Wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. I am filthy pig stink greasy right now, and I was just about to hop in the shower, get all clean and bathed with my cheeky soap, but as I was getting the towel, I had a memory hit my hippocampus like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Earlier today when I was streaming during a tournament, I saw a ton of people ask me for hours what I thought of Watch Mojo making fools of themselves. Like the Watch Mojo crash out is what they were saying. And when I saw it initially, I had to do like a triple take, because I hadn't seen the name Watch Mojo in who knows how long. I'm telling you, 2026 is dusting off some fucking old school villain cameos here, like James Charles and now Watch Mojo. So I decided to pump the brakes on the whole hygiene thing so I could take a look at this before I lost the memory again forever, just have it fall into the void. And it is kind of wacky, so I do kind of want to yap about it because it's really goofy. And Watch Mojo is, again, a name that I think probably most of you haven't thought of in a long time. They were one of like the earliest corpo slop YouTube channels that capitalized off of, here's the 5 most terrifying Disney deaths. Here's the 8 most important lessons we learned from The Poop That Took a Pee, the musical. That kind of thing. It was just algorithm bait in the early-ish YouTube era that caught fire, blew up, and they became like a conglomerate. Nowadays, you never hear that name brought up, not even as an insult. It's just a forgotten relic of the first wave of corporatization of YouTube content. But they didn't close their doors and sail off into the sunset. They still are out there with a sad whimper, just petering through and still desperately clinging to their formula that doesn't really work anymore, but they're still just tooting out the slime goop that they always did. 13 times toothpicks appeared in Quentin Tarantino films, or top 10 moments AI made the internet mad, that kind of shit. And recently, they made a comment that everyone has been dunking on, and that's why Watch Mojo is being talked about right now, because people are making fun of them for their crash out.
Well, a YouTuber known as Voyan released a video called Watch Mojo's Downfall Should Be Celebrated. The video talks about how Watch Mojo was some of the first slop content on YouTube and has slowly decreased in views over the years. Not that their content was ever high quality, but it's definitely gotten a little bit worse.
A little bit worse? What are you smoking? Get off the crack pipe, Buster. Who doesn't want to look at the top 10 AI-generated songs? That's some heat right there. They're cooking. I think they're about to enter their golden age again. I got a hunch. Anyway, a YouTuber named Voyan made a video covering kind of just like the whole history of Watch Mojo, the time period in which it existed, where it was prominent, and also where it is today and how everything's kind of unraveled for them. Anyway, it is a video that is pretty harsh on Watch Mojo. And, well, they weren't about to take that on their bellies. They weren't just going to bend over for them. So, they decided to fight back. And what battlefield did they choose for this pugilistic combat with a mean YouTube video about them? You guessed it, the YouTube comment section. They left a little piece of their mind down there, and it's pretty embarrassing. They opened strong by saying, "The day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant, so thank you." They couldn't even get their first sentence coherent. The day no one talks you, huh? That seems like some shit that someone would rapidly type in a League of Legends solo queue game as they are melting down from inting. How do you even fuck that up? They are a company. This isn't just a guy. This is a company that's posting this, by the way. Okay, never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but a few points. Yeah, these are going to be really strong points. When you haven't even watched the fucking video you're responding to, what in tarnation? In 2006, when we first started, we were obviously a bit ahead of the curve. In 2012, when every channel was some vlogger sitting on the couch, we mastered our signature style, and many cried as it looked more like VH1, MTV, ESPN, and not what the vocal minority viewed as YouTube content, aka corporate brand shit. That was the complaint, that it felt soulless, that you were just delivering off of like, here's 5 games, Okay, and there they are. Like, that was the complaint. And it didn't look like VH1, MTV, or ESPN. It looked like just fucking montage of 5 things that you found on Reddit that you put into your top 5 games that have punching mechanics. That was what people were talking about there. The challenge in media is staying relevant, keeping your audience guessing, etc. There's what guesswork is there with a Watch Mojo list? What the fuck? Companies like BuzzFeed, Vice, Vox, and channels that inspired themselves by us, by their own admission, all came and went. We managed to both keep our OG fans happy and innovate. Is there such thing as a Watch Mojo fan? I feel like that's not real. That's just a fairy tale. That's like being a lobotomy enthusiast. I feel like Watch Mojo doesn't have fans. It has bots or has people that just had the YouTube running in the background and Watch Mojo came on through autoplay. Or 12 years ago, they saw the title 8 times that sci-fi movies used a whoopee cushion. Some shit like that. And then they stumbled across a Watch Mojo video. But I don't think there's people that are like actively salivating over the next Watch Mojo release. Like, I can't wait to see what AI-generated song is popping this time around. Can't wait for Watch Mojo to deliver. If by downfall you mean being a survivor, having 100 plus FTEs who earn their living with us, then I will take it. How does Watch Mojo have 100 plus full-time employees? I'm assuming that's what FTE stands for. There's no way. That has to be a lie, or that is the most bloated company for the simplest dog shit ever. That has to be the easiest job on the planet. They're patting themselves on the back for still drooling out the lists, but it's not like they're doing well. That's kind of like one of the big points of the video they're responding to that they admit they haven't even watched. Like, they're hanging on in the same way that Blockbuster is. Like, yeah, there's still one left, but you wouldn't really call it, like, super healthy, but at least Blockbuster has its own charm to it. Watch Mojo has nothing. But they're over here like, any publicity is good publicity, you're talking about us, so how the fuck is that irrelevant? Checkmate. Also, this may be inside baseball, but you are aware that a VOD is YouTube 1.0, and the platform has evolved, right? I could break it down for you, but why bother? Hint, viewers are spending nearly an hour per watch session watching our content. We are, in the ways that matter, more pertinent than ever. Holy delusion. Yikes. As per Sound Mojo, again, think of 2012 when the vocal minority whined and then we got the last laugh. Then they sign off with a mic drop. Haters, envious, jealous people are fuel to our fire. The reply right under it had a big giggle out of me. It says, this is like the Ouija board speaking back. I thought that was a banger. Pretty stupid to respond to something they didn't even watch in the first place, and they just come across as like a bitter, delusional douchebag organization. What a dumb response. And again, they didn't watch the video, so they have like nothing to even like refute or even really dive in about. They just instead suck their own cock about like how long they've been around and how they were ahead of the curve. And actually, based on the data that matters, are more pertinent now than ever. Which is just provably false. They are not. Unless they're going by like watch time metrics where they themselves are juicing it by auto-playing to bots or something, they are not as pertinent as ever. Anyone can look that up and see that that's just a full-blown lie. Maybe they're trying to like convince investors or something. I don't know. But it's not going to work on like sane people. It's just a really baffling decision because they didn't need to like respond to it or anything. And it's not like they're known for clapping back against people that make fun of them. It just feels so out of nowhere. So it is wacky, and I did want to yap about it because why? why do that? Maybe it is just like one person who has the password to the account that felt personally attacked by it. Maybe it's the owner. I don't know. But yeah, pretty silly. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm sure you can't tell just by looking at me because I'm being very brave about it, but I am currently suffering from a severe itch in my mid-back. And it's in this unfortunate position where no matter how hard I try, I just can't quite get after it. I've been desperately trying to scratch it, and I know we're not animals, so we have tools, and I've been trying to utilize one of them, the longest object I have around me, but even then, this pin doesn't quite get to where I need it to, so I can't do it. If only there was some drunk 56-year-old woman that could hit me with her car while I'm walking down the sidewalk. Then maybe I'd stop thinking about this fucking itch. And luckily, I know just the woman for the job.
This lady's crazy.
It's a terrifying video. A youngster riding his dirt bike apparently targeted by a driver.
Oh my God!
The woman behind the wheel seems determined to run him over.
Oh my God!
I was scared for my son's life.
That's certified Dukes of Hazzard type shit right there. That lady's been playing a little too much GTA Online. So this is a 56-year-old woman who was hitting the sauce a bit hard. She was reportedly intoxicated at the time of this encounter and says she doesn't even remember doing this, where she literally fucking pulled that shit around, driving on the sidewalk, looking to just splatter this kid like it's Halo 3. Just, she's dropping that lead foot, she's going pedal to the metal, just trying to run this kid over, all because, who knows? No one has any fucking clue because there wasn't like an argument or anything. It's not like this kid fucking, canned off of her vehicle there or anything, or gave her the finger or anything. There was nothing that led up to this. He was just minding his own business, practicing some tricks, and she snapped. She lost it, went just fucking ballistic here and decided to go on like a murderous rampage, just driving up on the sidewalk, running him down.
Jennifer Taylor is the boy's mom. She says 13-year-old Bryson was riding his dirt bike with friends in their suburban neighborhood outside Spokane, Washington, when a lady driving by lost it.
She just spotted him and she was his next target and turned the wheel and came after him. There was no words exchanged, nothing was done.
Do you have any idea what her motivation might have been?
The police said that she was intoxicated and that just prior to all of this, she had tried to break into a home. And apparently after all of this, she went back to that home and broke in again, and that's where they found her.
What an interesting afternoon she had there, huh? Hit the brewskis a little hard, a little butt chugging to the natty lights. Next thing you know, you're trying to break into a house, then trying to run some child over in your vehicle, then you're going back to that house trying to break in again, and they throw you in cuffs. That's a full day right there. What an adventure. Also, in all of the coverage I've seen of this, every video has a title like this where it's video allegedly shows woman driving up on sidewalk trying to hit a child with her car, or this Inside Edition title, video appears to show this woman trying to run a child over with her car on the sidewalk. Like, I understand, like, they're just covering their own ass legally, but what do you mean it appears to show that? That's what happened. There's no wiggle room that this is just like some baseless allegation. You can watch it unfold. It's not AI. They arrested the woman. She even admitted to the drinking and driving, being intoxicated behind the wheel, and says that her memory's a little foggy on that whole trying to run over a child on his dirt bike thing. She probably views that as a bunch of hoopla because she can't remember it. Like, oh no, I may have been drinking and driving, but no, that's very unlike me. I would never do something like that. And since I don't remember it, you can't punish me for it. Checkmate.
According to the police report, she denied drinking alcohol or consuming any drugs, but then changed her story and admitted to drinking alcohol. While trying to put her in the back of a patrol car, she resisted and even tried to kick a deputy. The woman has been charged with criminal trespass, DUI, and assault. She lives in the neighborhood where today lots of people want her punished severely.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me. She should be punished severely. She tried to use her car like a fucking torpedo. She was a heat-seeking missile trying to hunt down a child on his dirt bike for no reason. Not that there'd ever be a reason for it. Like, even if the kid did just start shooting spitballs at her car windshield or something, that still wouldn't be an excuse or anything. But this was literally just completely unprovoked across the board. It was a kid just riding his dirt bike in her neighborhood, and she lost her mind. She's off her gourd. She should absolutely be punished severely. I don't know why they just already released her back out there in the middle of all this. She's a danger. She is a menace. So yeah, the neighbors are absolutely right to be fearful of her and demanding that there should be severe consequences for what she did here. This isn't some innocent whoops-a-daisy moment here. Oh, come on, guys. Who gave Ruth access to the Tito's? You know what happens when she drinks. She can't help but get in her vehicle and try and run over children. Ah, God. She's so quirky, oh boy. And I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of the rest of her shenanigans from that afternoon of trying to break into homes twice. Like, Jiminy Christmas, she sounds like a loose cannon. So apparently, she was telling deputies that she had taken her dog for a ride and was looking for other dogs to socialize with, and said she stopped after noticing dogs in a fenced yard and denied knowing the homeowner or attempting to enter the home. And then also told the deputies she didn't remember the earlier incident of trying to run over that child on the dirt bike. She also initially denied consuming drugs or alcohol, but then later sang a different tune. So her explanation is, no, you see, I was taking my dog for a ride. We were, cruising around looking for other pooches to socialize my pup with, and I saw some dogs in a fenced-in yard, so I had to stop. That's normal behavior, right? That totally makes sense for what I'm doing out here, and this supposed possible burglaries, just a misunderstanding. So she was booked on charges of first-degree attempted assault, DUI, first-degree criminal trespass, and then at her court appearance the next day, the Superior Court Commissioner of Spokane County ordered her release on her own recognizance, and she was released without posting bond. I just don't understand why this is so commonplace. I really don't. She is dangerous. She attempted to run over a child while blackout drunk behind the wheel of her vehicle. What the fuck?
Horrifying. She's clearly using her vehicle to attack a child, goes this social media comment. Unbelievable. She tried to assault a child with a vehicle, goes another.
You saw that video.
Yeah.
It's frightening.
Very frightening.
She could have run him over. She could have killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think she should be right now?
I think she should be in jail, off the streets, not able to hurt anyone else.
Oh my God!
I agree with that sentiment 100%. She should be in the slammer. I don't think this is being taken seriously enough. Like, even the people that are commenting saying that she was attempting to assault the child with her vehicle, I would go a step further. I think this is just blatant attempted murder. Going out of her way, driving down the sidewalk, chasing this child in her car, just going, like, barreling down the sidewalk to try and run this kid over. That, to me, feels like she is trying to kill this kid. And again, it is entirely random. Comes out of nowhere. There was nothing that led up to it. She just snapped because she's drunk and lost her fucking mind, I guess. She is not safe to be around in any capacity whatsoever. Anyway, I saw this, had to yap about it, fucking crazy stuff. The woman hasn't been, like, identified or anything, but she is a 56-year-old woman who apparently even just lives in that area and just decided randomly, I'm going to try and hit this child with my car. And thus she did. Come hell or high water, she was going to try and accomplish that task. Luckily, she was unsuccessful. Luckily, the kid was okay. But yeah, I do think she should be in jail right now, not back out there on the streets. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. AI, you expected me to be in the chair, but sometimes you have to expect the unexpected. The only thing you can expect is when there's some AI dog shit going on. I can't resist the urge to make fun of it. I'm in my artsy era of video making right now. That was like an A24 level intro, getting experimental. I just figured since Quentin Tarantino's lost his marbles, lost his mind, and has gone on these unhinged rants attacking beloved actors like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard over nothing, it's up to me to pick up the mantle of delivering some creative cinematography, so I'm dipping my toes in there. Toes that Quentin Tarantino I'm not allowing to suckle on. Anyway, speaking about sucking feet, the YouTube CEO just released a statement that sucked a lot of ass, where he's defending the AI usage across the board on the platform, and even goes as far as to say that it's going to be an invaluable tool for people that lacked the skills and equipment to create videos. It will give them the ability to do so. Basically, go to YouTube Shorts and look at all of the incredible stuff that the skillless have been able to do with AI. We've been blessed, thank God. It's a topic most people have been complaining about, especially when it comes to short-form content, because all you get fed is AI gobbledygook, like actual nonsense trash because it's the easiest thing to just fart out onto the platform. It's infinite content, and when you just scroll, most of the videos you get are AI these days. And the most viewed videos, like if you, instead of just anecdotal evidence about like most videos you get, provably some of the most viewed videos, if you go by views, are AI generated shorts. That is a bleak future, one that a lot of people have expressed their concern over, hoping that YouTube would step in and maybe do more to stop the platform just becoming a cesspool of just AI trash. Neil, on the other hand, the CEO, believes that that's actually a really good thing, because it's giving people that lacked the skills and equipment the ability to put that in front of you. Yeehaw, yippee. But even beyond that, one of the most complained about things on YouTube as a platform is how bad its moderation is, with so many people being falsely banned and shit. And also it's been revealed that AI is part of a big part of the moderation protocol for the platform, and it makes so many mistakes that's led to wrongful terminations that everyone with a functioning frontal lobe will tell you should never happen, because AI should never be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It should never have the ability to terminate a channel. There is no world where that makes sense for YouTube to just give the keys to the kingdom over to AI where it will ban people. AI should never be able to do that. If it wants to use AI for moderation, it should only be able to flag channels internally and then put that up the food chain, up the ladder, for a human being to look at. But Neil seems to have a different vision in mind based on his statement here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what he thinks. This article mentions that YouTube is expanding their AI moderation tools, even in the midst of so many people flagging just how bad they have been and how wrong they have been across the entire platform. The article then makes a mention of just how much money this platform is bringing in, which only makes sense that they can't afford to pay more money for better tools. Instead, they just need to just have AI do it poorly for them. Neil said, however, AI will open the door for a new class of creators who previously lacked technical skills or equipment, arguing the tech will revive YouTube's early era of enthusiastic amateurs while helping the platform surface stronger content overall. That's a very interesting perspective on it all, and I feel like that's one you could only achieve by huffing endless amounts of glue to deteriorate your brain to a level of delusion that I find almost enviable. You really think that by giving these AI tools to everyone out there, what you are getting in return is the old era of YouTube of enthusiastic amateurs producing content? In what universe? It's the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis of creativity. The old era of YouTube that people look back on so fondly, the golden age, that was people just filming something in their bedroom, talking at a camera, or doing something silly, or making a skit, something like that, for the fun of creation, for the fun of being creative and just putting it out there. There was no career in it back then. It was truly just for the love of the game, the love of the sport. And somehow, he believes that these AI tools will reignite that passion, that drive. Based on what data? What we have is endless amounts of data to suggest the opposite, where when you have these tools and make it so easily accessible for people to just squeak out 30 seconds worth of AI drivel on shorts and do that 40 times a day, that's what you will get. It's just AI slop. There's a reason that term exists, because when you go on shorts or even full-length videos now, people are doing like 8 to 10 minute, completely fabricated, phony baloney, false true crime stuff is one of the bigger culprits, where they just have an AI script from ChatGPT that tells a made-up story about a made-up person who did a made-up crime. When you have that content, what there, Neil, is reminiscent of the old era of YouTube with enthusiastic amateurs creating shit. We haven't seen anything positive on YouTube as a result of these AI tools Neil speaks so highly of. They're a fucking scourge right now. Half the time, you don't even know if what you're watching is real or fake because there is so much of this content on there. I say half the time, that's an exaggeration. Point is, there is so much of this content on there. There are tons of people that are completely misled. Like with the P. Diddy trial, for example. There were entire channels dedicated to following the P. Diddy trial, and the channel, turns out, was all just AI garbage making up stories, like the whole Prince storyline and tapes that were revealed that brought down the whole P. Diddy case. All of it was fake. Yet, those channels made tons of money for the people that made the AI garbage. And tons of people took it as the truth. A lot of people believed it. It became a big story that needed to be, like, formally debunked. That's a bad thing, Neil. I don't know where you are seeing any positive usage of skillless creators using AI tools to bring good content to the platform. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. It is just truly an exploitative tool for people to make a ton of quick cash off of by just making infinite videos instantly. Like, that's what we are seeing, and it's not good. Most people are complaining about it, rightfully so, but Neil is defending it tooth and nail. And we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on YouTube's AI moderation tools yet. We're about to get into that. According to YouTube CEO, AI will be key in policing misinformation, IP theft, scams, and what many creators have dubbed AI slop. AI will make our ability to detect and enforce on violative content better, more precise, able to cope with scale, and adds that the system improves literally every week. Is that so, Neil? It improves every week? Because I just read a story today about a channel that got terminated because another channel re-uploaded their video and YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away. You punish the real person, not the imposter. The AI tools are getting better every week, huh? There is stories daily about the fuck-ups from AI moderation tools. What I do agree with him, though, is that given the scale of this platform, it would be impossible for humans to be able to police all of it. And that's something I've said from the get-go. This could be an invaluable tool in accumulating a lot of potential bad actors or internal flags. But under no circumstances should AI have the ability to make a judgment call on if a channel gets terminated. It should never have the ability to issue a strike. What it should do is alert a real flesh and blood human being, an employee, God forbid, doing their job to look at what has been flagged and analyze it to see, is this actually violative content? Because right now we have so many examples of AI messing it up. It's been making big boo-boos, big whoops-a-daisies daily. And they are easily overturned once a human being is alerted to the mistake. AI shouldn't have the ability to do this in the first place. It should always come down to a person behind these calls. But Neil likes to let AI moderation run rampant. I imagine Neil would have no problem stepping down and letting AI run YouTube at some point. Am I right, Neil? It is a problem. In his interview, where all of this stems from, it really highlights just how delusional this company is under the leadership of Neil. In September, YouTube unveiled more than 30 AI-powered programs designed to make it easier for anyone to shoot, edit, upload, and make money from videos. That's 3 times as many as it launched last year. Among the innovations were tools that allow a phrase to be turned into a song or that can translate a video and dub it. One bot can find the best parts of raw footage and edit them together, literally just stealing footage and making a video out of it for yourself to make money off of. Beautiful. Another can turn a long video into a short. All of this says YouTube is in service of helping more people become creators. Already the #1 choice of dream job for young teenagers and much hoped for among Gen Z. Neil, how does any of that remind you of the old era of YouTube with people enthusiastically creating content? How? By having AI do it all for you and you can just slap it on your channel to make money off of it? Gotta tell you, buddy, that doesn't really sound like the YouTube I remember on the front lines back in 2007. It just feels like it's very much a corporate decision from YouTube where you can make more money off of this trash. But maybe that's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. I don't know, Neil. Maybe I'm just way off the mark on this one. Maybe there is so much good content you're consuming that's AI generative on the platform right now. I have no doubt you're watching tons of it, right? I still remember when YouTube's slogan was broadcast yourself. Neil is arguing the opposite. It's not about broadcasting yourself, it's about letting AI broadcast shit for you. This Time interview really is just fucking laughable. Neil, who has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it, proved to be a quick study about traditional media, according to those who have done business with him. I would say Neil is very well prepared, says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. What a fucking amazing vouch. That's who I want to put my trust in. Someone that Roger Goodell is saying really has a good handle on it. He's got this industry by the titties. Take my word for it. He understands what he's trying to build. He's got a deep understanding of the media landscape and where YouTube fits and where content can help him advance his strategies. He is right in that last part. Neil knows exactly what he wants. He wants YouTube to be very AI focused. I think that's pretty clear given the direction that he seems to be pushing it. I also can't help but giggle very hard at that first sentence about how he has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it. Since when? When has that started? What did I miss that somewhere along the way? Because even with this issue with AI moderation, I haven't seen him call out anything with it or make any big, bold changes. It's still in the exact same state it was fucking at the very beginning. Like, I don't see Neil really getting into the weeds of any of it. Like, what are you talking about? He's a guy who's more than willing to plug his ears to it and just let it ride until there's enough of a hubbub about it on Twitter, then someone will step in and fix it for him. Now, just to give you a whole picture of what was said here in the interview, he's optimistic about the implications of AI for his company in the world, believes YouTube could see a return to the early villagey days when it was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, which I've already completely dove into by this point, but just wanted you to see what was actually said in the article itself. AI will create an entirely new class of creators that today can't do it because they don't have the skills or they don't have the equipment. Again, they are not the ones doing it with these AI tools, Neil. It is the AI doing it for them based off of a couple of sentences. I wouldn't necessarily say that harkens back to the days of the early villagey days when YouTube was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, Neil. It's so fucking silly. But the same rule will apply, which is there will be good content and bad content, and it will be up to YouTube and our investment in technology and algorithms to bring that to the fore. That's true, Neil. Now, can you point out some of the good AI content you're trying to describe here? Because I don't think that shit exists. It is very much the entire purpose of it to be cheap, easy, and infinite. And that is how it is being used on YouTube right now. Go on your own platform, Neil, and scroll TikToks for just 15 seconds. You're only going to be seeing a ton of trash, mostly AI. Like, come on, man. Like, snap back to reality. This is ridiculous. And at the very least, do the bare minimum of restricting AI moderation tools' ability to ban creators. That shouldn't be allowed. That should just straight up be illegal. Like, I really think that should be a fucking crime to have YouTube knowingly allowing AI, which has a very provable track record of being wrong and making mistakes, be the one to take away entire people's livelihoods like that without any human oversight. That should not be allowed under any fucking circumstances. That needs to be fixed right now, Neil. Maybe instead of doing Time Magazine interviews, that should be like on the top layer of your priorities, I would hope. Because it is just unacceptable and it is out of control. It's happening daily. It's not in this perfect state you seem to think it is, and it doesn't seem like it's improving literally every single week like you say it is. Anyway, this interview made me upset, and I wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya.
Can't resist the urge to talk about this. It's diabolical and just an abomination to what they deem justice here. It's a story out of San Francisco about an 80-year-old woman who was driving 70 in a residential area. She was zooming, reaching ridiculous speeds, like she was trying to travel back in time or something in the DeLorean, going 70 miles per hour, crashes into a bus stop, killing an entire family of 4 who were on their way to the zoo. And she's not going to prison for this. Her defense? I don't know what happened. Car just took off. And I guess that was enough.
We learned the victims, Diego and Matilda, were celebrating their wedding anniversary and were headed to the San Francisco Zoo with their 2 young children before they were killed. They were waiting at the bus stop when 80-year-old Mary Fong Lau crashed into them. Matilda's mom, brother, and Diego's sister spoke to the judge about the pain and trauma they have endured and described Lau's request to reduce the felony charges to misdemeanors as insulting.
It is insulting. It's despicable. The gall to even put forth this notion of reducing these charges to misdemeanors, that's unthinkable. The fucking shamelessness here is, it's sickening. She massacred a family of 4, blasting through a bus stop at 70 miles per hour without even an attempt to hit the brakes or swerve or honk the horn. What? And then she's saying she doesn't know what happened? Like what? Did she hit a fucking banana peel like it's Mario Kart and just lost control or something? This is craziness. And the news segment I'm showing you is a little older. The most recent update, even though the judge did deny that request, ultimately what happened is she's getting a few years probation and is banned from driving. She's not going to prison or anything. And also, on top of that, she's also being accused of hiding millions in real estate assets because she's also facing a wrongful death lawsuit from the family. So, According to the information here, she fraudulently transferred her ownership of 2 San Francisco homes in a commercial building to Nevada-based LLC corporations in August, which was not permissible under state law to transfer the property while facing the wrongful death lawsuit. This new lawsuit exposes an intentional scheme by Ms. Lau to place assets beyond the reach of grieving families seeking justice, showing an unwillingness by Ms. Lau to take accountability for her actions, the attorney for the victim's family stated. Lau's attorney, Seth, said his client reorganized her property holdings because she was advised to do so after meeting with legal, financial, medical, and mental health consultants after the crash. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Listen, Miss Lau, I know this is a very traumatic period for you. You're the real victim here in all of this, and I think it's important for the healing process for you to hide all of your multi-million-dollar assets right now. It's going to make you feel a lot better, trust me. It's horseradish. This is just very clear baloney here. She is trying to hide those assets so that way they cannot get them. She is very wealthy. She is very wealthy. And this feels like a case of her being so wealthy that she's above the law. She killed a family of 4 with her dangerous, carefree driving, hitting a bus stop at 70 miles per hour in a residential zone.
Lau's attorney asked the judge to consider her clean record and the fact that her husband died in a vehicle crash when she was 25 years old, becoming a widow with 3 children. But the judge denied that request.
Judge, listen, there may be 4 corpses right there, 2 of which very young children. That's bad stuff. Big thumbs down moment, I get that. But have you considered that this is the first time I've done that? Can we put that into the equation here? What do you think? Oh, also, here's something entirely unrelated about a tragedy that I've experienced, back at 25 years old with my husband. Can we consider that as well? Like, that has nothing to fucking do with any of this. You killed a family of 4. It doesn't matter what's happened previously to that. There needs to be punishment there. There needs to be justice for the family. It's such a slimy, weaselly tactic. And then she goes a step above that by hiding multi-million-dollar assets so that way the grieving family can't get their paws on it, so that way it can be protected from them, so that way she never faces any real punishment. A few years probation and she can't drive anymore. That's justice?
In the courtroom, the victim's family members questioned why Lau didn't hit the brakes or honk as she sped 70 miles an hour in the residential area where she crashed into this family. Lau's attorney said she was headed to her brother's house to take him soup and couldn't explain why the vehicle, quote, took off.
Oh, I see. It's like that scene in that Fast and Furious movie where they hacked the cars and just fucking took control, assumed direct command of the vehicle, and forced it to go 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, and then crashed into the bus stop, killing a family of 4. This is actually her defense, by the way. She doesn't know how it happened. Oh, geez. Well, if she doesn't know how it happened, what are we supposed to do about it? How are we supposed to know what really went on here? Maybe it wasn't even her fault. Maybe this was like in Mario 64, that speedrunning phenomenon where a potential cosmic ray flipped a bit and caused that, one-time glitch to occur. Maybe that's what happened to her vehicle with the sun phenomenon, forcing it to go 70 miles per hour out of nowhere. If she doesn't know what happened, then what are we supposed to do about it? This is such a strong defense. We're powerless here. The real justice is making sure, she gets 3 years probation and the grieving family gets nothing.
That if I was putting myself in that place, I would never take this case to trial. I don't think a jury's going to respond to an explanation that I don't know what happened, so I killed 4 people.
Huh. It almost sounds silly when you put it that way. The defense of, I don't know what happened, now 4 people are dead. Can I go home now? It's almost like that's fucking stupid. And yet, it's worked. I guess she had enough money where anything would work, so now she just gets off with the tiniest slap on the wrist imaginable. The Superior Court judge in the case indicated Lau will likely get probation and no prison time after factoring in her age, remorse, and lack of criminal history. The judge said she would likely serve 2 to 3 years probation and be banned from driving. James, the attorney of the victim's relatives, said they were appalled at this development in the crash where a single family, including 2 children ages 2 and under, were killed, saying, a no-contest plea avoids the moral accountability that this case demands. Yeah, I agree. That is avoiding the accountability this case demands. Also, factor in her hiding assets worth millions of dollars for the sole purpose of trying to protect them from a family that is suing her for the wrongful death of an entire family of 4 that she has killed. It's actual craziness to me. It's actual craziness to me. So you factored in her age and remorse, which, by the way, I don't really buy the whole remorse thing. Someone that's that remorseful, probably not immediately looking to hide multi-million-dollar assets off rip. That's just my hunch, right? That's how I feel. Like, if you're really remorseful, you're probably not immediately then bouncing to put your fucking real estate and properties into LLC shell companies. I would think, but who am I to say? As for the age statement here, her being elderly, I think the attorney said it well. He argued that if the defendant gets away with probation without prison time, that it would send a concerning message to the public that an older driver can get away with killing a family in a car crash and simply get a slap on the wrist. Age cannot become a shield against meaningful consequences when the conduct constitutes gross negligence and results in catastrophic loss. I agree 100%. That's a big amen moment from me right there. Just because she's a fucking octogenarian doesn't mean that all of a sudden she can get away with killing a family of 4 with no consequences. How does that make sense? So once you reach a certain age, you're just immune to consequence because you're just already old? What the fuck? Lau's family had urged the court for home detention and meaningful community and service as the punishment that fits the crime here. You know, the crime of slaying an entire family of 4 through your reckless driving? That's what they thought justice looked like. The meaningful community service, by the way, I'm sure would be very, tough stuff. Picking up trash on the side of the road. But I'm sure, given her age, she's 80 years old, it probably wouldn't be that much. Maybe like 1 or 2 Twix wrappers and then call it a day. I mean, that's a hard day's work right there, and that's really setting her on the straight and narrow. That's really letting her think about what's happened here. It's just insanity. It's actual insanity. She killed an entire family of 4. She has no real defense of it. It was reckless driving, going 70 miles per hour in a residential zone, hitting a bus stop with not even an attempt to brake or avoid it or even honk, which says to me that she was truly not paying any attention at all. She was extremely zoned out, maybe on her phone, maybe preoccupied with something else, I don't know. But it is reckless driving, and it led to the death of an entire family. And then she goes and then she hides multi-million-dollar assets in order to try and protect those, it seems, and she is getting away with it. No real consequence. How is that justice? It's fucking absurd, man. It's insanity. I had to yap about this once I learned about it. It just blows my mind. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. 2025 is nearing its end, and luckily for all of us, Ebo Noah's prediction on the global flood that was going to kill us all turned out to be incorrect. Well, knock on wood. Guess any day now could still happen, I suppose. Ebo Noah, for those that don't remember, was a TikToker who claimed he got a message from God that the world was going to flood on the 25th, and he needed to build arks to save all the people and all the animals, so he started building some arks. But you know how the story goes. World did not flood on the 25th, and Ebo Noah was very excited about that, saying that his prayers were answered and God postponed it. And then, turns out he also got himself a nice luxury vehicle. Allegedly, potentially, from some donations he had received from a lot of people panicked that the world was ending and their only way of surviving was to go to his arks. There's even video footage of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that showed up to his arks prior to the prophesized flooding. But luckily, didn't flood. We're all still here. No rapture either. That one also turned out to be a load of baloney. And as I look back on 2025, it's safe to say, boy howdy, it's going to be one for the books. And there's plenty of negative things to point out, but I wanted to focus on the positives of 2025 on a personal level. There were a couple decisions I made this year that have led to a lot more happiness in my life. The first, getting a farm. I cannot tell you how much nicer it is to live life outside of just the 4 walls you're surrounded with. As every tech company on the planet tries to do its best to get you suckling from their titty, like locked in your rooms, getting all your socialization through ChatGPT and other AI services, and as more and more things are pushing you to just stay at home, it's nice to buck that trend and be outside. And not to sound like your great grandpappy, you know, talking about how back in my day I had to walk 15 miles up a hill of fucking molten lava in order to get to school, that kind of thing. But I gotta tell you, there really is something about that whole outdoors thing. It kind of lives up to the hype, you know. It does feel nice to just disconnect and, like, be outside and shit. Like, I started running again recently. Like, I got a treadmill and I run on that, but I've also just been, like, running around outside too, which was something that I had not done for a while. For the last 10 or so years, it's been exclusively weightlifting. Like, the main cardio I would get is pick up basketball, but I don't know, it feels pretty good to just be running for the sake of running. These old bones and the old joints, they may ache and don't appreciate it in the moment, but I know they'll thank me long term. And I guarantee I look like shit while running too. Like, I bet my form looks awful. I probably look like a zombie from 28 Days Later. But it feels good. I don't know, it's nice breathing the fresh air and shit. So getting that farm, and I want to do a lot more out there with the land, like with agriculture and shit. But just taking that first step has been very nice. Another thing that I did this year that's been extremely fulfilling is getting back to, like, my roots. At the end of 2024, I recognized that I barely played any games for that whole year, and over the last, like, handful of years, I've kind of, like, weaned off of gaming without even really noticing. So 2025, I made, like, a strong point to get back to gaming a lot, because it's something that's always made me happy since I was a wee toddler. So I even made, like, a whole channel dedicated to it, Moist Critical Gaming, and I've been having so much fucking fun with that. I have played hundreds of games this year. Hundreds, not exaggerating. And I've still missed some bangers that have come out this year because it's been a stacked year for great games that have been slapping. But it's been so fucking refreshing just going through and playing, like, some classic retro games. Like, I played the old school Peter Jackson King Kong game, Sly Cooper, still need to finish the whole series. Of course, then I also did my Resident Evil marathon where I played every motherfucking Resident Evil game ever made, all 30 of them. It's just been so nice. Like, getting back to something that I used to love just feels really good. Good for the soul. And playing shitty games, oh man. Chef's kiss. It's never been so enjoyable. And piggybacking off of that, one other thing that I've been doing and making more of a conscious effort on is physical media. I think all of us recognize now we're in the era of you will own nothing and be happy. Corporations are pushing you to just basically rent shit from them. You get, like, a permission slip to access something for however long they deem appropriate, but can revoke it at any time. RIP to incredible cartoon series that are no longer being streamed and you don't have access to unless you have them on physical media. And so I've been making more of an effort to get, like, CDs and movies of things that I've always really liked. And I've been tinkering with the notion of doing the same for video games, but for video games, I'm just a huge proponent of emulation. Emulation is just absolutely integral to the medium because it is aggressively changing towards you own the idea of a game. It's all just imagination at this point. Fucking Ubisoft really leading that charge where they're just proudly with their whole chest saying gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. So I am a big proponent of emulation. It preserves games. You have the games. It can't really be taken away from you per se. So, like, emulation's been amazing, but I also just love the idea of having the physical copy and playing it on the CRT behind me. But since I've been recording all of my old school gaming, that's kind of difficult to, like, record off the CRT. It can be done, but it's a little more of a headache. So I haven't really dove into physical media for my games yet, but I probably will take the plunge because it's just nice to have. Another thing, and I don't want it to sound like an advertisement, but this has been a huge part of my year, Cheeky Soap. I had no idea what to expect when we launched Cheeky last year because it was never meant to be like a product to launch out to people. It was something that we made for me, a problem I have. So I have psoriasis, and after a shower, feeling brutally dry and just accepting that was the way of life. But then, like, 2 or so years ago, I was like, there's probably a better way of doing that. So I learned about, like, bar soap being better for you than liquid soap, which I had used most of my life. And then while experimenting with a bunch of bar soaps, I figured we can probably do something better. So then Matt, Shane, and I started trying to formulate a much better bar of soap that's extremely hydrating for me. So that way when I get out of the shower, I don't feel like SpongeBob when he has his helmet off. That's always the reference I make because that is literally how it felt leaving a shower with psoriasis. It just didn't feel good. So Cheeky Soap was born just from that want. And then as we gave it to like family and friends, they really liked it and wanted more. So then we decided just to open up to anyone that might want it if anyone else has sensitive skin. And it's just done extremely well, like more so than any of us possibly could have foreseen. And it's not just for people with sensitive skin, it's just like people with normal skin that just really like high quality soap with, you know, all natural, good ingredients. It's just like people really liked it a lot. So much so that we even were able to partner with Chainsaw Man for the Chainsaw Man movie. Also Solo Leveling, and we have a couple more huge ones in 2026 because they all really liked the product. And then like a bunch of content creators that we really liked the product and wanted to work with us. So it's just been crazy with what's happened with Cheeky soap this year. The one thing that I do want to mention though that I really want to set as a goal for 2026 with Cheeky is doing something about international shipping. It is just a disaster. Like at first when we launched, we didn't even have it as an option because you pay more for shipping internationally than you do for the actual soap itself. It's such a fucking catastrophe with how expensive international shipping is in the current climate of everything going on. All our soap is made here in America, so shipping overseas is not cheap at all currently. And the only way to really solve that problem is to have warehouses overseas that have the inventory there so that we don't have to ship it overseas, but we're not at a size where that makes sense to do that right now. It's very expensive, but I would like in 2026 to be able to eventually do that. So that way, anyone that wants to order it overseas can do so without the crazy fucking fortune you have to spend on that shipping price. But anyway, like I said, I didn't want this to feel like an ad. It's just been like a really big, very nice part of 2025 with everything that's been going on with Cheeky. Another huge piece of 2025 that's just been amazing for myself as well as friends that have been working on it with us is the God Slap animated feature film. We have an entire movie being made for God Slap, our comic series. It is a traditional 2D animated feature film. It's animated from an extremely talented studio that I've been very hush-hush on because I want to wait until we have like a trailer or something to show all of you to reveal that. I am financing it out of my own piggy bank. Charles's purse here, so there's no like outside investment pulling the strings and like forcing things in there or anything like that. So it will be our exact vision, and I'm extremely excited about that. We just got the first 25-minute animatic in. It'll probably be about like a year and a half if I had to guess for the first 25 or so minutes, which will be on my channel here, totally available to everyone for free. After that, then we'll start production on the next like 80, 90 minutes, whatever it is when we get to that point. There's so much I want to talk about with the God Slap animated film, but I've been trying my best to keep the details to myself till we can show you it as opposed to just, you know, generate hype, which might be, you know, months out before you see anything. So I don't want to go too deep into it here, but it has been a big part of my 2025, and it is extremely exciting, and I can't wait to share more of it with all of you. I could probably yap for quite a lot longer on some other things, but the other big one that I want to mention is my dad's 32 Ford project being completed this year. That was an extremely special thing. I know for him and Joe, his friend that he worked on it with over the last couple of years, but just seeing my dad so excited about something and putting so much time and effort into this project, building this car from his childhood, was so fucking cool to me. And he just recently took it to a car show, which he was really proud of. Everyone really liked it at the car show. So just seeing the work that he's done on that and seeing it completed now was another very special moment of 2025 for me. I guess there's no point in me blabbering for like, you know, another 20 or so minutes, but even though there are plenty of negative things to point out about this year, I wanted to try and instead look at some of the positive personal things that have happened for me in 2025. And there's been a lot. And I hope for any of you watching this out there who are seeing so much bad going on in the world to maybe like take a moment and reflect, see if there was anything good about your 2025 and maybe focus on that going into the new year. And I don't know, just something uplifting. I was trying to deliver something like a little more positive using my own personal experiences in 2025. And I'm really hoping that you watching this also had some great things that have happened in your life this year that you can look back on positively in the midst of, you know, a lot of not good stuff going on out there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Wishing you all a wonderful new year. That's about it. So yeah, you're not going to believe this, but the CEO of McDonald's just made a fool of himself. More of a clown than Ronald McDonald. He wanted to do this, I guess, short video to hype up the new Big Arch burger hitting their menu. So he wanted to show how much he enjoys the cuisine from McDonald's, and so they filmed a video of him eating his lunch, which consisted of the Big Arch burger. And this dude was acting like he was about to eat the Krabby Patty that killed the health inspector. He was like afraid of it. There was like actual fear and panic in his eyes as he was about to eat the burger, and he could only muster one baby bite out of it. And this is supposed to promote the burger, by the way. This coming from the CEO of the company, who seems like he is repulsed by it. Like it was a revolting experience for him. I don't understand, A, why they filmed it, B, how they watched what they filmed and then said, yep, that's good, ship it, we're gonna send that. Blows my mind. You know what's gonna blow your mind, though? Is the newest Cheeky scent. It's licensed to clean, baby. It's available now at usecheeky.com. That one cooked extra hard on, I'll tell you what. That one's pretty special. Oh yeah, I saw the McDonald's CEO really enjoying the fine cuisine at McDonald's. He made this really cool video showing how much he enjoys the Big Arch, the new McDonald's burger, and you can tell he loved it.
Chris K here with, you've heard about it, here it is, the Big Arch.
Yes,
this
sir.
is something that we have tested already.
Look how, you can already just tell from the packaging, that's like a fucking tungsten block of meat right there. So much high quality meat from McDonald's.
In Portugal,
and Chris
Germany,
is salivating.
Canada.
He can't
I love
wait.
this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow.
Oh my God.
Burger.
Oh, I
got a very...
You've been working out, Chris? How are you even holding that much? Good Lord, look at all that. Look at all that patty in there. Wow. Big Arches, right? That's fucking turbo-sized, Chris. Ooh, golly.
Unique kind of sesame, poppy sort of bun on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce, and of course some lettuce. So, there's so much going on with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing.
Yeah, try and wrangle it, Chris. It's out of control.
So much to it.
It's a bucking bronco.
There's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth.
Oh, look at the way he sinks his teeth in there. That's a big boy bite.
That is so good.
Almost got the whole thing in one
bite for a Big Arch.
I love that. That's a big bite for a Big Arch, and it's literally like Squidward's bite out of SpongeBob. Oh wow, that's good stuff. Yeah, it's like some kind of poppy sesame bun going on here. Oh yeah, my lunch. Yeah. Look at his face, man. The CEO too, by the way. I don't know why he thought this was a good idea. He clearly doesn't want to eat it. It's clearly not his lunch. It's a terrible marketing pitch. It looks like he's held hostage. And he doesn't take another bite, by the way.
That's a big bite for a Big Arch. It's distinctively McDonald's. Only McDonald's could do this type of burger, but it also
McDonald's
is unlike
invented
anything
meat
else on our
and
menu.
bun.
It's a delicious
No one else
product.
does
You know,
that.
you've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch, try it when you can get it.
You know that went straight in the trash can. Look at that face. That face says, I'm going to go force myself to throw up in the toilet like it's a bulimic episode right now. He hated that. I really don't know what the thought process was here. I really don't. Should have gotten the guy who's eaten 50,000 Big Macs to be in the video. They absolutely should have. That's Dave Gorski. Dave Gorski has eaten 50,000 Big Macs. He's had like one or two Big Macs a day since like 1956 or something. I don't know why they wouldn't just bring someone that actually likes the product to review it. This guy doesn't even know what he's holding. Yeah, it's some kind of like sesame poppy thing going on, and of course pickles, right? Distinctly McDonald's. Being forced to eat the peasant gruel. True. But he loved it. That was his lunch. Can't wait to pick this shit up when it's available. The Big Arch Burger.
because they would have to pay them. Not really, brother. David Gorski would have done this in a heartbeat. He's gonna go get fucking 3 of these on launch, I bet. He's kept every receipt he's ever gotten from McDonald's since the 50s. You think he wouldn't do this for free? His whole health is reliant upon this franchise. 50s is crazy work. He's actually like a really cool guy too. Don! Jesus Christ, Don Gorski, not Dave Gorski. My bad, Don. Dude must have bowels of steel. I mean, he's fine. I imagine he is completely fine. Every time they do a checkup, they're like, yeah, I'm still alive and actually like super healthy. I live off Big Macs and pretty much nothing else. Because again, calories in versus calories out. I guess it doesn't... He's like a very living proof that it doesn't matter where the calories come from. And he lives a pretty active life from what I recall.
When I started eating Big Macs in 1972, they came in a
70s,
box like
not
this.
50s.
Donald Gorski ate his first Big Mac on May 17, 1972, and he says it was love at first bite.
I actually ate 9 that day. I went there at 11 o'clock. I had my first 3 Big Macs ever. I could get 3 Big Macs, a fry, and a Coke for $1.87.
In 1999, Donald set his first Guinness record for most Big Macs.
I forgot that he keeps these too. That's actually adorable. He keeps his receipts, but I forgot he also kept these.
I've had a big...
I think he's just a pretty cool guy. Like, as odd as it is to live solely off of Big Macs for your main nutrition, he's like a normal guy outside of that. He's just a little quirky. Man's got a hobby. He thinks Big Macs are perfect, so he doesn't deviate from the path of God. You should find him and take him to Culver's. Imagine. I try and convert him. Don Gorski ate 34,000 Big Macs, and then one stupid asshole in Florida took him to Culver's and changed his whole outlook. Now he eats 24 chicken tenders per day. Have him do blind taste tests with different food places, see if he can tell the difference. That would be fun. I am confident he would be able to identify the Big Mac immediately. But I am curious how well versed he is in others. Because he does eat other things. It's just primarily what he consumes on a daily basis is Big Macs. From what I recall. What do you get from Culver's? It depends. But mainly I've been getting their chicken and broccoli. They have legitimately the best broccoli in the game. Usually if you're getting fast food broccoli, you're begging for salmonella. Or like a listeria outbreak waiting to happen. But Culver's, their steamed broccoli is divine. And their chicken tenders are great. Also, it's not salmonella from broccoli. It would have been like E. coli, is what I meant to say. There's no Culver's near me. That's tough, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I think it's the best fast food out there, but soon it will be ruined. It can't stay that good forever. Private equity will step in at some point like they do everywhere else and tank it and shitify it. So I'm just enjoying it now while I can. Will you try the Big Arch Burger at McDonald's? I guess. Maybe. What Matt and I said we'll do is try the Big Arch Burger and the new Burger King Whopper, since they're changing the Whopper. It'll be a nice afternoon of mid for lunch. Well, shit for Burger King, but Big Arch will probably even it out with mid. Alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files, that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for, is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to community note it as people went to check, only to learn
there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people, saying to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here, preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted, while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on the most easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this, with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary, because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep, so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that! Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not, or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, defense of Israel.
What is #1?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to who we, fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like
maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy, can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya. Over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero, a very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights. And dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. To put it even more simply,
Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said. That is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water, and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up! Stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, Well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So, he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place. They shouldn't have unmonitored access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online. Fucking lazy, trash-ass parents just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit. Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life. Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. It's finally happening. David has been arrested and is being held without bail. It's been 7 months since a child's body was found decomposing in the trunk of his towed vehicle, and now authorities have arrested him as the main suspect in her murder. Her name was Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She went missing in 2024, and her body was found in 2025. She was 14 at the time of her death, according to authorities, and according to everyone's eyeballs, was in a relationship with David. There is a plethora of evidence about these two being in a relationship together, which is something even the most avid and ferocious of David defenders, when they pick up their shield, just kind of brush over. The fact that an adult was in a romantic relationship with a 13-year-old. I've seen them use excuses of, oh, he was homeschooled, so he couldn't have known that was bad. What the fuck? It's just actual craziness. And I started talking about this when the story was breaking, and I got a lot of pushback. There were a lot of people, going ballistic about how wrong this whole thing was, and that I'm a fucking gullible idiot for thinking David was the one that did this. Just this large vocal group of deluded fans that were trying to, brainwash people into thinking that it was all a lie, so they were cooking up these elaborate, unhinged theories on what actually happened and how David is innocent and is even a victim in all of this. Oh, fucking 5G towers were blasting waves that signaled the cartel to come perform a hit on this child and then put her body in the trunk of David's vehicle to frame him for her murder. It was bouncing all over the place. I can't even remember everything that they were spewing, but it was all just complete gobbledygook, just complete babble nonsense that anyone who even bothered to look at any of the evidence could easily point to and say, no, you're wrong, just look at this. But they would refuse to look at the reality of it. The evidence, even at the time, was pretty damning. He was even leaving fucking breadcrumbs in his music about this. And he wasn't exactly shy about broadcasting his relationship with this child. So even if he was innocent of the murder, he was very clearly dating a minor. It was just crazy to see so many people were defending him, and I imagine are still actively defending him, even in the face of this arrest, because he hasn't been formally charged for anything at the moment, and I imagine that's what they're latching onto like a baby to its mother's bosom. And at the time, one of the big things that they were using as a defense for David was the fact that he wasn't arrested yet. Well, if he's guilty, why didn't the police break through his fucking windows the second that the body was found, huh? He must be innocent then. The authorities know more than we do. He's clearly innocent and we gotta find the real perpetrator. Completely oblivious to the fact that that's not how the world works. Not everything is a goddamn action movie. They had to also build a case as well. And yes, this did take a lot longer than I and most people would have expected, given how abundant the evidence is against David. But I imagine that this is pretty standard procedure for them to gather tons of evidence to build an ironclad case, and now they are confident enough that they've moved to the next phase, which is arresting him. Now, additional details around this arrest confirm that the arrest is not related to the grand jury that they were going through over the last handful of months where they were seeking an indictment there. This is totally separate based upon evidence that they have been gathering over these months here. This must be a long process, I suppose, but it doesn't seem like they were just sitting AFK waiting for the case to solve itself or David to turn himself in or anything like that. It's just a process that I guess took this long.
All right. And so a lot of people wondering, so many things seem to point to him. Why did it take them this long to make the arrest? We know they're pretty methodical about how they do things, but.
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that they were waiting on, Mark, was the cause of death. And there was difficulty reaching that cause of death. Not to get too graphic, but her body was in multiple parts. It was in, we know from court documents, 2 different body bags in the front trunk of that Tesla when her body was found. So it was difficult for the medical examiner to determine the cause of death. So they had to prove or be able to show to the DA that she was murdered, that it wasn't something else where, let's say that she overdosed and then somebody freaked out and put her body in that trunk. They have to be able to prove that it was murder. They now believe that they can do that.
This part got a big old and a scratch on my chinny chin chin for me, because what do you mean this could have been like, an accident, like she overdosed and somebody freaked out? So then they chopped up her body and stored it in the trunk of a car. Who freaks out like that? Like, oh no, this accident just happened. Quick, give me my fucking bone saw. I've got to start chopping up this body, mutilating it, and then hiding it in the trunk of this vehicle. This accident that just unfolded. Oh, I don't know what else to do. Biting at my nails. All right, now give me the hydrofluoric acid so I can dissolve all the body and hide the evidence. Like, is that something plausible? Because to me, it's not. If that is what happened, they're psychopaths, and that is also a crime too, by the way, to do that. So, like, I understand how important it is to find the cause of death. That makes a lot of sense to me. But what else could it be besides murder? This is a gruesome, disgusting, grisly crime here. I don't see any dimension out there where this is action that a sane, innocent person would take, where an individual accidentally passes away, and then the innocent person who had nothing to do with the death all of a sudden starts chopping up the body, putting it in multiple body bags, and putting it in the trunk of their vehicle, and just letting it rot, decompose, and fester there. Like, what sense does that make at all? Even if David wasn't the one that chopped her body up, someone else did it, and apparently there's this possibility that they had nothing to do with her actual death. They just mutilated the corpse, which again is a crime too. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think she accidentally died of something like an overdose, and then they all of a sudden just started, panicking like, oh, jump scare, she's dead. Okay, this is what we've got to do, boys. Everyone, let's go to Lowe's and get some equipment to start chopping up the body, because that's what normal people would do in this situation. We're scared. I was homeschooled, by the way, so I don't know any better. I'm scared. Let's start chopping up this body now and hiding it. We had nothing to do with her death, by the way. Like, that's so fucked up. Like, again, I understand how important it is to find the actual cause of death and how tricky it is in a case like this because of how long the body had been in the trunk decaying, as well as being in multiple pieces in multiple bags. Like, I get why that would be tough to discern what actually killed her, but I don't know how you could even reach any other conclusion other than murder. I truly don't. I don't even know why that would be on the table. That one kind of boggles my little noodle here.
But during the grand jury proceedings, which are secret as they're ongoing, that there were a number of other people who came forward, those who are close to David, friends of David, family members of his were subpoenaed to go in front of the grand jury. So if there are other arrests that could be coming, we don't know. But as of right now, he is the only one that we know of under arrest.
Now, apparently there were some of David's friends that allegedly started squealing, like snitching about it to a certain degree. There's also someone a lot of people have had their eyes on in David's entourage. His name is Neo. That's what everyone calls him. And it's someone that Law and Crime mentioned during their coverage of this as well. But as of right now, it's just David under arrest, but I guess there could be more if some of his friends knew and tried to help him cover it up, or just didn't report it, tried to stay, tight-lipped about it. So I guess we'll see how it all unfolds. Right now, it's just him. Overall, just an extremely sad and sick case. Hopefully there will be justice for Celeste Rivas here. And even if somehow David isn't the one who actually murdered her, it is irrefutable that he was in a relationship with a child. So he should also be going to jail for that. And I find it hard to believe that if he is innocent of the murder, he didn't know that the child he was dating was dead and her corpse was chopped up and put in the back of his
vehicle's trunk. I am certain he would have had that knowledge. So again, even if he didn't actually kill her, he is not innocent. He is not some, like, victim in all of this. He is an evil monster, and I do believe he is the one that killed her. I think all of the evidence points to him being the person that most likely did it. But I guess we'll see now that he's been arrested. I'm assuming this will now start to reveal more and more information to the public about all of this. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show, Twitch streamer, fan, production, extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati, or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, you know, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality. Mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, you know, some governing body came in to, you know, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million Fan Show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, you know, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source. And if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through like signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name.
that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess, they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic. And the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime, featuring the soon-to-be-broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million, winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shutdown, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer, they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details. 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming, IRL, and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse challenge on day 3.
during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's like, it's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked them to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. You know, maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, you know, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, you know, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, like, I feel like when you are getting this as, you know, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, this is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about like Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to like spoil it or anything. Like, I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, you know, like a website that they can access, like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case. Even though the domain had been registered for a while, it was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the mythic talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of, because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, you know, maybe set up like calls or something, or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims, where based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again,
I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money since now everything is scrubbed, but I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. R.I.P. $1 Million Show. Definitely feels like it was a scam from the get-go, considering they have just vanished, poofed out of existence, and erased every trace that they were ever even here to begin with. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. I got no silly intro for you today. What this lady's done just makes me furious, so I want to yap about it. Krishan Rock. Maybe you've heard her name, maybe you haven't. I'm pretty confident you've at least seen a couple of clips of hers because she has been addicted to social media attention for a while. So she constantly pops up on popular streamers' streams to try and leech a little bit of clout for herself. Personally, I've always found her to be like a vibe Dementor on stream where she just sucks out all the fun and all the life, leaving only misery in its wake. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. There's plenty of people that are, vibe terrorists that just aren't super entertaining to watch. That's not like a crime. But what is a crime, at least should be, is the way that she handled her pregnancy. Krishan Rock loved to party. I say loved like it's past tense. I'm sure she still currently does. But while she was pregnant, she still didn't let that stop her. It wasn't an obstacle. She didn't pump the brakes because she's pregnant. She still went hog wild partying, drinking and smoking while pregnant. And this was shown multiple times on camera, just shamelessly drinking and smoking while pregnant, which everybody knows is really bad for the baby.
Because we all was drinking, even you, with the baby and stuff. Why are you lying?
Ladies, one more time.
Get yourself together. Where the bottle at? Oh my gosh.
Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just gonna...
You can't no liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
you shut the door because it's cold.
No fucking liquor.
When they were here last time, him and Krishan was pregnant. Y'all were doing all that smoking and drinking here in the thing.
This is just one short compilation, but a lot of these clips go on longer of her drinking even more. And this is only what's been caught on camera. I can only imagine how often off camera she was also smoking and drinking. It's fucking terrible. And it's not like she didn't know. She even had that clip in there where she's like, it's alright, I can just abort the child, not gonna hurt me. Fucking evil mindset. Like, what? She couldn't stop herself from smoking and drinking while pregnant. She did have the child, and this September he will be 3 years old. He still cannot walk or talk, and it seems like also has a hard time just sitting up on his own without assistance supporting him. It is heartbreaking. It is actually heartbreaking. And I don't know why what she's done isn't just full-blown child abuse. Like, I don't know how that's not just a crime. Like, it's all just right out there in the open. Like, it's not a secret. People extremely close to her have just point-blank said that she has smoked and drank throughout her pregnancy. They've said it a couple of times. It's just so fucking unhinged. And now, she just did an interview, and it's the reason why I'm even yapping about it outside of just streams where I've talked about it loosely. She did an interview where she's now denying that her child has a disability and says that, the doctors are wrong, the doctors don't know, which to me says that she's not even willing to get this child the assistance that he is likely going to need going forward.
And if it's anything I could do, help, I'm here. The part that really messed with me is that Blueface doesn't seem active in the child's life because of his disability. Hold on. I feel like that's what triggered me, and my anger overpowered my message. You're in the right now, and I'm here to support and congratulate you overly. So I said my son does not have a disability. He is developing at his own pace and hitting his milestones in his own timing. Every child is different, and I'm confident in his growth. If I said it, he had a disability, then he... Right, but it's like, don't tell me. I ain't say none of that.
For context here, she was reading some messages about someone who they had some drama, and this individual said that
The thing that messed them up most was, Blueface not being as active in the child's life because of the child's disability. That was the claim that was made there. She then snapped back saying that her son does not have a disability. He's developing at his own pace. Then, in a minute here, I'll show you the clip where she starts making a mention of, doctors, like how you can't believe a doctor when they're speaking ill on your child, that kind of thing. Now, of course, I'm not a doctor, but for reference, most babies will begin the walking and talking process, getting a word out from 12 up to 18 months. That's when they'll start to hit these milestones. Typically, that's the normal range. She is right though, every child is different, so some take a little bit longer. However, it has been over 2 years. It's been, 27 months, and her son still is doing none of that, and also seemingly still having a hard time sitting up on their own too. That does seem like there may be a disability there, and the fact that she references a doctor speaking ill on her child makes me believe that when a doctor was informing her that this might be the result of a disability, she took it as an insult, and that this doctor is just some kind of evil demon that's insulting her baby, and now she's refusing to acknowledge it, which I think is just extremely detrimental for the child, because if the child does have a disability, the child is going to need some extra assistance from doctors, from other people. And if she's going to deny the child those resources, that's even worse for the kid. Just because she refuses to say it doesn't mean that it might not be true.
It's not even just that. It's like, say if someone, a doctor, anybody speak against your kid or yourself, then you should not accept it, bro. Yeah. Anybody. Yeah. If they're guessing or whatever, no. The word said what the word said. God said what the God says. I don't have to accept what you... So it's really me protecting a revelation that I heard from the Lord over my son. Yeah. And then it's redirecting that energy back to that mouth, that tongue, that powerful tongue. Who said I had it? Who said it?
Now, recently, Krishan Rock made a big Christianity push where she's accepting the word of God and taking the Lord as her savior, which I always applaud people for doing if it's coming from a genuine place. Unfortunately, in the modern day, there are some absolute vile people that use Christianity as this get out of jail card where it's, used as a tool to avoid any level of accountability and responsibility. Nope, I'm completely clean, so all of the terrible, heinous actions I've done in my past no longer exist, and you can't use them against me in any way, shape, or form because now I'm a Christian, so, we have to forget about all of that, and you're a bad person if you bring them up now. And I really hate that mentality. And I hate to say it, but I do get that same sense from Krishan Rock, where she's using it as a way of just being hey, you all have to forgive me for all of this shit that I've done. And a lot of it you've watched, especially with the pregnancy. And I don't think I've seen her take any level of self-reflection or accountability for the terrible fucking way that she handled her pregnancy with the smoking and drinking and the impact that it may have had on her child's life. Speaking of the word of God, Krishan, what do you think God would say to something like this?
Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh. Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just
You can't have liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
He shut the door because it's cold.
Complete callousness, uncaring if the baby lives or dies, even saying that she would get an abortion and it wouldn't affect her. There's also another clip where she's 20 weeks pregnant, talking to a doctor and asks if it's too late to get an abortion. It seems like she was solely driven by her own self-interest. She didn't want to stop partying and drinking and smoking, and so she didn't, even while pregnant. And unless I've missed it, she's never talked about this, or made any kind of big, huge apology about the error and misdeeds of how she handled her pregnancy or anything. And also, I think she's still the exact same Krishan Rock now as she always has been. Throughout this entire podcast, she goes on and on and on, just regurgitating this notion that she is done with drama. Drama is in her past, now it's all about her future. However, she spends the whole podcast reading drama text messages and talking over the hosts in order to keep playing around in the drama cesspool, the entire time, except now she's using Christianity as her shield, as a way of winning these arguments in the drama. Like, well, this is what this guy said, but the Word of God says this, so he's definitely wrong for it, and what he said about me is unacceptable because now, fully Christian, all of that. She is still 100% participating in drama this entire podcast episode while pretending that she's not and that she's left all of that behind and has changed.
Then you let God vindicate on your behalf.
Well, like you said,
it's going to be a day where... Like, I can't wait when my son start walking and talking. I'm going to just be like, exactly.
Like I told y'all.
I said, nah, I told y'all. He told y'all. Shoot, I was just relaying the message. It's like one of those.
I truly hope her son does start walking and talking soon. I'm really wishing the absolute best for that kid, but I do not think that this is a mother fit to raise a child, especially based on her statements in this interview here, where it seems like she's no longer even going to listen to doctors in regards to the potential disability that her child may have. Like, that just sets this kid up for a really rough future. I'm really, really hoping this child gets the care that he needs. I am not convinced that Krishan Rock is a good mother to this child at all. It still, to me, feels as though she's solely interested in her own career as opposed to trying to help her son to the best of her abilities. And it seems like she's already toying with the idea of depriving him of this medical care that he may require in the future. That's the impression I get from this interview. I really do not like this lady at all. I just don't. I hate what she did during pregnancy, knowing full well how horrible that is to the development of a child. It's not like she was, oblivious to that fact. She wanted to keep drinking and smoking, and in order to do that, she even said, look, I'll just get an abortion. It won't affect me at all, and I'll just keep drinking and smoking. She didn't get the abortion, but she just kept drinking and smoking. And now her child is developing at an abnormal pace and is seemingly unwilling to listen to doctors about it. And I really, really, really think that what she did during pregnancy is just pretty unforgivable, to be honest. And so I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. It was Iowa State. The body cam was wild. Actually looked like a scene from Weapons. Oh, here we go. Raw video. UI body cam shows Frat's 2024 hazing incident. What are we out here for? Noise complaint or something? Oh no, that's a fire truck.
That's okay. Fire's here.
Alcohol poisoning? If it was alcohol poisoning, I don't think they would have got suited up. Okay, so probably not alcohol poisoning. Looking like a fire, maybe. Oh wow. What?
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Anyone?
As advertised, that does feel like something straight out of Weapons, huh? This was 2024, so they certainly weren't doing the Black Beetle challenge either. Oh wow. Now that is interesting, isn't it? They're in low power mode.
Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Police and firefighters responded to the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity house after a fire alarm went off.
Ah, okay. This is where we left off in the other footage. Okay. Yeah, so I guess all the dudes down there were rubbing together too fast and set off the smoke alarm.
Pretty good, how are you?
Hey, Cody. Hey, pardon me, Cody, we're going downstairs?
Hey guys, what's going on here?
Oh, the firefighters were the first ones to see it.
What's going on?
While downstairs checking the fire alarm, officers stumble upon a fraternity hazing situation.
Sam Hell's. Yeah, I'll definitely need one.
What in the Sam hell?
All right, who's in charge?
That'd be Cody.
Looks like we have quite a bit of hazing. So I'm gonna ask again, who's in charge?
We can talk upstairs.
No, we're gonna talk right here. Who's in charge?
A couple of us are. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well, we need to find someone who's in charge, because this is ridiculous. Hey, this stops here, guys. This is a police department. This.
Oh, wait, so they weren't shirtless initially. Whoa, what? Were they making mud pies and having a food fight? So they weren't shirtless initially. What, did they take their shirts off after the officers, like, went upstairs? When did that happen? That's interesting. They're covered in blood? Where? Oh, I guess, like, here, maybe.
Stops here. Who's in charge?
They're upstairs.
Who said that?
How about we stop?
You're excommunicado!
Everyone take their blind.
What frat is this? Alpha Delta Phi. You're out of here, bud. Someone tell Cody.
Clear the room and get out of here, but no one's moving.
I will tell you something. That's commitment. There is a chance. I'm really reaching, but imagine. I just keep calling everyone here Cody, but imagine like whoever's in charge here said like knew that the with the fire alarm going off and everything that police would arrive, and he told all the freshmen here, there's going to be cops coming. They're not real cops. If you break, you're out. What do you think the odds are of that? I feel like there's a good chance, right? Like they're testing you. Cosplay police. Yeah, like you know how like bachelorette parties order this stripper dressed as a police officer? Maybe it's one of those things. I say that, and I don't know if that actually happens in the real world or just in movies. I don't know how often you order a police stripper man, but it's probably possible.
Apparently they're taking this pretty serious.
Yeah, I guess.
You in charge?
You said.
Still haven't found out who's in charge?
Might want to ask our house dad.
Where's he at?
Summit.
Working at Summit.
Summit. That's cool.
So, you have
obviously,
coming here?
yeah, lieutenant's coming.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Definitely figure out why you wouldn't let me pass you initially.
Questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one of those things.
We've
We've been there a million times.
Calling your house dad or whoever to get him here, since ultimately he's probably in charge, right? Unless someone else is in charge.
I don't have his number, so.
Yeah.
Which brush should give that? Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys know how the fire alarm guy set off? Or is it just from? It's manual.
Does his voice normally sound like that, or
This one in the hallway here.
did he lose his voice from like screaming all day? I wonder if he always sounds like that.
How I got set off, I'm not sure.
I don't think it was down here. It's upstairs.
I can tell you it was this one. It was
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think they're supposed to stay. You guys had to do this too, huh? No. I don't know what this is.
I'm as confused as you guys. Why'd you cops put all these dudes in my basement?
It's not that dumb.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
He's a live-in. He lives upstairs.
Oh, so you do live here?
Mm.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Well, he's your buddy here saying different.
No, they said the same thing. They said the same thing.
Who's in charge of the house? Our house dad's at Summit.
Okay, we need him now.
He's at Summit.
Okay, can we get in contact with him?
I don't know.
Here's the deal. From what I'm being told, this is.
I don't know what Summit is. Does that mean he's like off the grid or something? What Summit? We can't get House Papa on the phone? Dude's on Everest. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's why he's unreachable. I get it. Probably just a town nearby. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
This is like shutting down chapter type stuff. I need to start talking now.
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to talk to people.
You call Summit.
Can I call Summit?
Yep.
I'm not calling Summit.
I have no contact with Summit.
Who is Summit?
No, nobody in here.
Jesus,
has
like the
any way to
elusive
contact
man.
The guy that's in charge of this house.
They were ghost hunting. Yeah, they were checking for paranormal phenomenon. Hazing is illegal in some states. Oh, really? Wait, like just full stop, even like no matter what it is, any kind of hazing is illegal in some states? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, it's also illegal in Florida. Didn't know that either. I thought it was only like the really dangerous hazing rituals that were like illegal. I didn't know it was the whole thing. Yeah. According to StopHazing.org, 44 out of 50 states have anti-hazing laws in place. I actually didn't know, full stop, there were so, like, it was so common to have hazing itself just be outlawed. Literally kills people. Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone's read tons of stories about hazing leading to deaths. I know. I just didn't know it was illegal. I thought it was only, like, those chapters that did that shit getting shut down and those people getting arrested and stuff. I didn't know they just outlawed the entire idea of hazing.
What's his name? Eric. Eric, you don't know his last name?
I got a buddy named Eric.
A couple different code violations.
That guy can do anything.
So what's going on in here? You don't know? You're just blocking the door so we can't see you live here. How does nobody live here then? Just hanging out? You tell me. No, you tell me. I don't know.
You go to University of Iowa?
Yeah.
You do? What's your major?
Business.
Business? What's your name?
Oh, business. Big business. Hey guys, when did you
Is anyone in here that needs medical
when did
attention?
you all take your shirts off? When did that happen?
Is anyone here that is against their will?
Guys, I just took a peek in here a second ago. You guys had
Anyone
shirts
here
on.
Who is not participating in this, i.e. a leader?
Is there anyone with any sort of physical injury? No.
Oh.
I'm almost.
Huh?
It's almost like this about with the guy standing here. What's all over you guys?
It's just water.
Fun juice.
Hi.
I'm not sure if someone.
You? Come here.
Serena. Those old places.
Nope. You're gonna stand right over there.
Why?
Because I'm telling you to.
It's my house.
It's your house. You're responsible for everything that happened today. So, okay. Check in right there. Get up against the wall. Come over here.
It's like he's picking a kickball team. Which one of you can run 2 bases the fastest?
Milliken.
I'm putting together a
Take
team.
these two, ask some questions about what's going on their arms. So, are you responsible for the house? No. Okay, who's the house dad?
I just told you he works at f***ing Summit. We'll call him. Go there and
What
fucking
was
Summit.
his name?
Eric, I told you.
Okay.
Why are you asking me?
Because it sounds like you're responsible for the house.
No.
Sounds like you have some idea of what's going on.
Didn't he just say it's his
And I'm very
house?
forthcoming with everything.
Did I mishear him?
House dad, what are you, 30 years
These two we're trying to get a hold of.
Okay, go call him. Please.
Stay right there.
Stay here.
You guys got IDs on you?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at them. Any. Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Celebration.
Nobody? Celebration or what?
Brotherhood.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet. Okay, you two. The reason I pulled you guys aside. We're here for public safety at this point. What's on your arms?
Oh.
Where are you guys going now?
Oh, we're going to the house next door. There's like 7,000 other dudes in that basement, so we're gonna go join
We're gonna get
them.
you back down here.
We're gonna form like a giant like Megazord together. We're gonna fucking huddle on top of each other and be like Voltron or something.
That looks like blood, is it? Shining your light. Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
I'll taste it.
No.
Okay.
Do you see why we're here? Why we're asking questions?
I don't know. Get the wrong guy.
He sounds like a Muppets character right now. Again, I don't know if that's what like his normal voice or something, or maybe he smoked too much or screamed too much. I'm not sure, but it is fucking incredible. This whole video is like, if I saw it in a movie, I'd think it's like way over the top, like too ridiculous to be real.
I was gonna ask those guys questions, and then he told them all to start heading out.
What's up?
I was gonna ask those two guys questions, but then they all started falling out.
They left.
No, I stopped them, but he was.
Misunderstood. Did you pull these guys out?
No, I went to go talk to those guys, and then they started coming out.
Why did we come out?
They're like weeping angels, man, but like opposite. So when you don't look at them, they start changing position, taking their shirts off, and walking away very slowly. You got to keep eyes on him if you want him to stay, man. It's like he's never played Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, we had at the frats where I went to university, there was hazing, which is why I didn't know it was illegal. It wasn't exactly like a well-kept secret or anything, but it was nothing extreme from what I remember. It was like really trivial shit.
I'm a little frustrated, but
yeah, I'm a bit peeved, if you can believe it.
What's going on tonight?
It's their lead up to initiation.
Okay. Yeah. What's the deal with what are we doing in the basement?
It's a brotherhood ritual
where they're blindfolded.
Okay.
And get messed with.
Okay. And then on top of that, we find this hazing event. We want to speak to somebody.
Well. In all fairness, officer, we don't know if it's a hazing event. This could have been a LAN party. I'm pretty sure I saw a computer somewhere over there. They could have been all huddled around watching fucking Worms Armageddon with their shirts off, covered in mud. It's we can't rule out that possibility.
The University of Iowa is going to see this.
Okay.
And with the stuff going around across the country, students dying from hazing events, I'm not saying it's to that level. I'm not saying any, but the university has a
that does happen all the
strict
time.
Policy
that is very
on
true.
Hazing. If I can't talk to people, and if people aren't going to cooperate with me,
so you interjecting yourself into that conversation, what good does that?
They don't need to talk to the cops. I don't even.
Why are you deciding who they need to talk to, though?
I'm just saying, they're my buddies.
He's like the Lorax. He speaks for the trees, brother. I mean, he's trying to do them a solid and be the fall guy here, but he's not very good at it. He's actually pretty terrible at it. I think this was his attempt to like fall on the sword, but I don't know why he thought he was equipped to handle that responsibility when he couldn't really get words out well.
I would like to have a word here. Okay. And if there's anything actually happening, you can call me again. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
Well, no, thank you, Cody.
So I didn't catch your name.
So this is Lieutenant Travis Tyrell.
Travis.
122, we'll take you. What'd you say your name was?
Joseph.
All right. Joseph?
All right, Cody, well, we're going to be on our way now. Thank you for everything. I hope the rest of Rush Week goes well. Godspeed to you.
Unfortunately for you, at this point, you're being placed under arrest. You can put your hands behind your back.
Well,
Joseph was arrested for interference with official acts in connection with the hazing incident. Those charges would be dropped a year later. The Alpha Delta Phi fraternity was suspended through 2029 for hazing.
Oof. Oh, so they gave us the aftermath on it. I'm still so curious what that ritual was. Stand in the basement blindfolded? Maybe taste a bunch of yucky sodas and try and guess which one's which? Imagine it's some shit like that. Like, it's actually the most, like, nerdy garbage ever down there. We were actually doing, like, the Laldol, and everyone that failed, we just kicked out. Yeah, no, that shit's crazy, man. So who was the guy at Summit? Oh, Eric? Oh, yeah, no, that dude never came through, I don't think. Unless he was the guy in the white shirt, but I don't think he introduced himself as Eric. Why do people go through that? Friends. A lot of people do it for friends. It's a guaranteed way to basically pay for friends. You get into the brotherhood, you immediately get yourself like a little network. Sense of belonging. Yeah. I mean, I kind of put that together with like friends and immediately getting like a network of people around you. For a lot of people, it's worth the price and the hazing. Like, dues are not cheap for the frats. You are actually like forking over a pretty significant amount of money in order to stay paying for your friends and your sense of belonging. How annoying were the frat guys at UT? Not at all, actually. I didn't have any bad experiences with the frat guys at UT when I was there. Kevin O'Leary has quickly become one of my least favorite people on this planet. He is unfathomably cringe, and yet he is still extremely vocal and can't stop chirping about his 40,000 acre data center in Utah. He's doing this nationwide humiliation ritual where he's going on like every platform imaginable, just be clowning himself publicly. He is an embarrassing specimen. He is a disgusting fungus worm man who can't help but yap and squeal about garbage that he is just truly clueless on. Like, he is actually an observably dumb person. And he continues to try and LARP as an American, despite not even being a U.S. citizen. He is Canadian. He has not even bothered to become a U.S. citizen. Yet he's willing to go around preaching about American values and trying to, like, dictate how policy should be. He's singing the blues about, oh, this is so bad now. People don't support my 40,000 acre data center in Utah. Those aren't real Americans. Those aren't real patriots. Those are Chinese spies. When he himself is not a fucking American. He is a fraud. This guy is a actual miasma of cringe, filth, and greed. And also, he is a billionaire. Why hasn't he just done the $1 million enema infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice golden toilet paper to be just a citizen through money? He hasn't even bothered to do that. Genuinely, I can't fucking stand this guy. He is just trying to pillage and loot this country through his projects, most notably his 40,000 acre data center that's being brute forced through in Utah. And he just recently went on a couple of platforms and continued to make a fool of himself, so I'm going to shoot spitballs at him now for that. This guy is just more fake than Kristi Noem's husband's tits. This guy, there's not a single genuine real thing about him.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi, Kevin. We are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live.
It irks me to no end. It is nails on a chalkboard painful listening to this slug man, Kevin O'Leary, utter the words "our." Having those words leave his filthy, corrupt, contaminated lips that are used solely to kiss ass drives me up the fucking wall. What do you mean, our? Kevin, you're not American. Why are you saying our electrical grid? You are not on the team, bud. You're not even on the bench. You are not in this at all, Kevin. You can't speak for Americans. You aren't one. You don't even bother to try and become one either. It is a complete disregard for this nation. You use it solely to line your own pockets. You fucking suck, man. Now, he's trying to call out Elevate Strategies, which is an organization in Utah, and he's saying that they're actually Chinese spies, and he thought he had like this gotcha moment, this dunk where it's like calling one of them out by name, Gabby. So come, Gabby, I'm shining a light here. Show yourself. And I guess he was expecting, a fucking Chinese operative to step forward, or just complete radio silence and crickets, but what he got was the actual organizers here, Gabby herself, coming forward and talking about their goals and what they are doing in Utah as people that actually live and work there. This isn't some fucking grand conspiracy to try and stop these benevolent saints from bestowing upon us plebeians the gift of data centers. We have so many data centers that are blowing up across the country. Well, not literally. Don't worry, BlackRock's already taken that into account. I yapped about that yesterday. I mean, like this explosion of data centers being built. Like they are pushing for data centers in every single location imaginable. You'll probably find some data centers in your fucking thoughts too. They're starting to put them there as well. Like they're actually going everywhere. And we have the information from the data centers that have been operational for a while that it is a terrible deal for all the normal working people. The normal civilians get butt fucked by this. Their energy bills go through the roof. They lose water quality. It's just a complete contamination to their way of life in their local communities. And again, it doesn't bring jobs. I've mentioned this a lot. I've yapped about this endlessly, especially over the last couple weeks. One of the biggest data centers in this country only employs roughly 150 full-time employees, and normal average-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees. They are not giving jobs to the community, so the community sees none of the upside. It doesn't benefit them in any way, shape, or form. I know I already mentioned it, but because of the huge energy demand for these data centers, it then inevitably has the consequence that all of the local community members have their energy bills fucking skyrocket, and of course there is the impact on water and all that. But then there's also something that's starting to develop now. It happened very recently. I talked about it yesterday. NV Energy, an energy supplier to Lake Tahoe residents, let them know that they're just not going to be giving power to the people anymore. They are now going to solely focus on delivering power to their local data centers. So now 50,000 residents in Lake Tahoe are now at a risk of not even having power because NV Energy just decided it's more lucrative to just solely work with AI and basically fuck you to all of the actual human beings that rely on them for the energy to live. So now they have to try and scramble by 2027, only a year, to find a new power supplier to these 50,000 residents. It's actual insanity. Normal people do not want data centers, and they are doing all they can to fight back, albeit unsuccessfully because of the intense corruption, especially in like Utah, where 3 people, one of them even fighting for hell, saying for hell's sakes, grow up. People that are literally just going against the will of the people, deciding to brute force it through because they get some doubloons out of that deal most likely. However, I would like to highlight a successful one that has recently unfolded where recently in Missouri, the council that pushed through a data center initiative, all of them got voted out in a landslide defeat, and now they're setting their sights on the mayor who allowed this to happen as well. This is exactly how it should be. If you are not going to actually represent the people in your community, if you are going to go against their interest in order for your own greed and exploitation, you lose your job. You lose that position. That's exactly how it should be. That's exactly what's happening in this Missouri community. So hats off to them, and I hope to see more of this shit continue. Anyway, back to clowning on Kevin O'Leary.
Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are.
Kevin is such a quirk chungus Reddit loser. He's wearing pink flip-flops with his suit and a Utah national security hat, because he's cosplaying as this big, rough and tough guy. It's like if you went into a character creator in a video game and intentionally tried to make the most insufferable looking asshole you could think of. And he also has a life-size cardboard cutout of him in the same room.
I want a forensic audit of who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency, have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners an aid. But if we're talking about audits, we should be auditing the Stratos Project. We should be auditing all of the politicians that, I don't know, do you have property surrounding the Stratos Project? Or maybe do you have interests that you were changing the laws before this was created? Hypothetically. We're just saying we should maybe look into people that stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars off this project.
Audit is a word that should be treated like Voldemort in Kevin's vocabulary. He should fear the word audit. Because if anyone actually gave a fuck about Kevin's business dealings, they would uncover some extremely shady shit, I imagine. The last thing he would want is any kind of auditing for his projects like the 40,000 acre data center, the Stratos project. He's trying so hard to use the worn out method of everyone who disagrees with my business practices is a spy or a terrorist. They're not real Americans. But it doesn't work, Kevin, because data centers are so unanimously hated by real people that actually live in these communities that you are infesting that this just doesn't fly. Because, again, average, ordinary people are directly impacted by this in a wildly negative fashion, and they do actually go out and try and fight against it. So when you, a foreign billionaire, come over and start stepping all over them, insulting them and saying that they're not real Americans, they're being paid by China or being bussed in and aren't actually representative of the real enthusiasm true Americans have around data centers, it just doesn't work. People see right through the lie. He also just can't help himself but to go on this humiliation ritual where he makes it abundantly clear that he is just actually a stupid imbecile, like a bumbling moron. There's always this perception that if you have as much money as Kevin, you must be smart, but Kevin is doing everything he can to show that that's just not the case.
To stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America, and it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems...
Oh, I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius.
As I said, he's been going on like every platform imaginable, and every time he finds a way to look dumber and dumber. So throughout this interview, he continues to like flounder. He was also then asked about like, well, what jobs is it going to bring? Because Kevin keeps talking about the millions of jobs that this is going to bring. People just don't see the vision. And he couldn't actually name any jobs or actually explain that thought process of his. And also, it looks like he's fucking zooted out of his mind. Why does he keep zoning out? Is he blue screening in the brain? Is he seeing a ghost or like a big floating pair of titties? Like, what does Kevin keep looking off into? Is he that shy, maybe? I don't know. This guy just super sucks. And it's not just the AI data centers that he's doing his best to go to bat for and defend tooth and nail. He also just loves to go on and talk about, like, American policies and stuff and his view on how that should be.
The problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay. You're
Very popular
You're 71.
Yeah.
Right. In 1954,
by the way, I'm a vampire. I'm never gonna die,
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old. But I'm not finished yet.
Kevin can't help but perpetually interrupt when he's backed into a corner, which is always... This guy, if he didn't have money, would have just been the kind of douchebag, the kind of dweeb that just gets shoved into lockers. So... he tried to pretend he knew what Brown v. Board of Education was. He's like, oh, yes, I actually remember that. Very, very vividly, in fact. And the guy there's like, no, you definitely don't. You would have been 2 months old. And also, you're not American. Kevin, you're not American. You wouldn't know anything about what he's describing here or what he's going over. I know you've never opened up a fucking American history book. You don't have a clue what he's talking about, but he likes to pretend. He's a LARPer. He is a full-blown red alert LARPer. It's all he fucking does. Well, to be fair, I guess it's not all he does. He also can't help but constantly remind people that he was in Marty Supreme. That's what you heard right there where he said, I'm a vampire, by the way. That's a reference to one of his character's lines from that film where he plays a villain. It's like the only thing Kevin's done in recent memory where there was any level of praise for his work. So he's still riding that high, and he will not let people forget the vampire line from his Marty Supreme debut. It's actually a SpongeBob ripped pants moment. He just keeps doing it. I ripped my pants. I'm a vampire. Fucking loser, man. I hate Kevin O'Leary. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. He just goes on to keep embarrassing himself every time he does one of these shows. It is indefensible what he is doing in Utah with the 40,000 acre data center. This guy sucks major ass. Fuck you, Kevin O'Leary. That's really about it. So yeah, I don't know you, but I know enough to guess with a high level of confidence that you've been angry before. Unless I got the Dalai Lama watching or something, I bet there have been moments in your life where you've been fuming, extremely angry. It's natural. It's normal. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, earlier today, I was angry. I was driving and a spider went across my windshield. And it was a rather large spider. This puppy was set to Wumbo. And I don't have arachnophobia or anything, but I don't like them. And I certainly don't like them on my windshield. So, I pulled over. And in my cup holder had a receipt, so I thought that'll be good enough. I'll just blast it with the receipt.
And as I go to do that, it hits me with like a running back move. It hits me with like a double sidestep and then jumps on my arm. Then I fucking freak out and start like slapping my arm and screaming like a maniac, and I can't find the spider anymore. That makes me frown. It makes me angry. I'm sure there's plenty of things that have made you angry. But have you ever been so angry that you light a 1.2 million square foot warehouse on fire and will most likely spend many, many years behind bars for it and film the whole thing for Instagram? Probably not, I would say. Most likely no. But I did just hear of someone who did. And it is a fascinating story because the anger makes sense. Like the reason why this employee was angry, I think a lot of people can understand. But drastic measures like this did nothing except ruin his life.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
This is a Kimberly-Clark warehouse that apparently served 50 million people. It was located in California, and a disgruntled 29-year-old employee filmed these videos, posted them on Instagram of him lighting it on fire, and it completely fucking torched it. It like incinerated this whole facility. Pretty fucking stupid plan. Extremely dangerous. Could have easily killed people in the warehouse. The fire could have spread outside of the warehouse as well. It's California. California fires, like, that spreads a lot. This could have caused so much more damage, destruction, and death in this like raging inferno that he created here.
Again, thankfully, nobody was injured in that fire. No firefighters or none of the employees. They were all evacuated safely.
So, Nick, we should note you were just listening in on that news conference. That's why we couldn't go right to you. So this employee, a 29-year-old, did they say what he did there at that plant?
It's unclear exactly what he did. What we know is that they house lots of Kimberly-Clark products here. Again, this is a 1.2 million square foot warehouse here. So very large space filled with products. We know that they load the trucks up and distribute them. We don't know specifically what that man did.
I feel like we have some strong evidence to what that man did. He filmed it himself. I'm surprised it wasn't streamed on Kick. Like, this has become a very common phenomenon where people film or stream themselves committing crimes, in this case, arson. So he made it very clear what he was doing and why, the motive. He was upset with the pay, saying that all they had to do was pay him enough to fucking live. Which is a very real problem, something I have yapped about for years, about how so many jobs right now in the country don't actually pay their employees a livable wage. And as things keep getting more and more expensive, it's not like the pay is being risen to try and help them, enable them to live. It is a huge problem. But the solution this guy cooked up in his noodle is not the optimal play, because now all he's going to do is land himself in jail. He's not going to be getting paid there. And on top of that, all of the workers at that warehouse, they are now out of work for who knows how long, and maybe they get canned because of it. I mean, this is a huge warehouse. This is going to take a long time to rebuild and get all that inventory and stuff back. Maybe they just start laying off employees that were working there. So now he has also ruined other people's income on top of that. So it's not exactly like the best plan that he's cooked up here, as shocking as that is to hear that arson didn't save the day. It is an issue. His anger is understandable, but this didn't do anything to solve it. It's not like that this company is all of a sudden going to have a come to Jesus moment like, oh, we didn't know that by underpaying our employees, it would make them frustrated. But now that an entire 1.2 million square foot warehouse been burnt down because of our folly, we will change our ways. We now see the light. Our third eye is open. Enlightenment. Time to raise everyone's pay. It's just not going to happen.
Do is pay us enough to live.
Chilling video posted online by the suspect appears to show the moment a massive warehouse fire was deliberately set.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Investigators say the man behind the camera is 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Karim.
He was believed to be an employee of Kimberly Clark. However, it is confirmed that he is an employee of NFI Industries, the third-party distributor of Kimberly Clark.
Officials say he had posted grievances online before igniting the Ontario, California warehouse on fire.
Now, I've actually seen people applauding this, saying that they need to start a GoFundMe ASAP so that way they can donate to him because he's a hero. He's standing up to capitalism. Finally, enough is enough. We need more of this across the country. That's fucking ridiculous. That's like actual dangerous, stupid brain. Like, people are saying, oh, wah, crying over all this lost product from, billion-dollar corporation, that kind of thing. I don't know how people can be so, out of tune with reality. It's not even about, lost products or anything. It's about how easily people could have died in that, how it could have spread way beyond just that warehouse, and how this doesn't even really affect the company all that much. They have insurance. You know who this actually affects? Is the employees that are most likely going to be out of work here while this facility is out of commission and under maintenance, so they're going to be out income, and he just threw his whole life away for this, and it's not going to do anything to actually help people get a livable wage from this company or anything like that. It's just reckless, dangerous, jeopardizing tons of people's lives and safety and the area around him. This could have caused a huge fucking problem. Like I said, it's California. Wildfires spread wider than Kash Patel's butt cheeks. In that area, this could have easily spiraled way out of control, way beyond just that warehouse as well. This is just not something anyone should be Anyway, there is something other people have pointed out as a very surprising element to the fire itself, that a warehouse of this size housing this much supply, apparently this accounts for 3% of West Coast volume for toilet paper in particular, from what I was reading. I don't know if that's confirmed or how true that is, but it is a huge facility that houses a lot of paper product. And one thing people were noting is that the fire suppression system didn't really do a whole lot to stop this. And I was doing a bit of digging because they definitely have a fire suppression system. I don't know if they maintain it, maybe it was malfunctioning. From what I read, it apparently was working. But because he started multiple fires in multiple locations, it just wasn't effective at stopping the spread. So that's how it was able to get so out of control. And also, apparently the alarms were working because they were able to get the employees out. So I do feel like the systems were functioning how they were supposed to. It's just must have started a lot of fires that overwhelmed whatever system they have there. Or maybe they just don't have the best system there. I couldn't tell you, but I saw this earlier today, and I just had to yap about it. It was fucking crazy to see. And the fact that he filmed all of it, gathered his own evidence against himself, and freely posted online, that's become so common now. People love to film their own crimes. And this is probably the biggest display of that I've seen so far. Anyway, that's really about it. Yep. Wow. Actually, huge wow. A massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions, and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was just a lot of nothing. But even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted, conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks. They're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel, under oath, lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes. No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them, but what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book. His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel, which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, "What?" If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely. But this is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently. Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, yet in these files we can clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012 planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012. That's quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all? Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there is nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or find them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters. It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it. See ya.